Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another edition of The Nightmare Hunter with Roger Noriega and D.A. Roberts and Nick Valenti. We are all Nightmare Hunters. They're my co-hosts tonight. Well, all of us are co-hosts on it, so we're going to be getting it going. But today is June 21st, 2021. What a glorious time to be alive, folks, with all the stuff that's going on, isn't it? And what do we get to do? We get to talk about the good stuff. We talk about themes that go bump in the night. As I mentioned, yours truly, Roger Noriega. I'm so happy to be here. But of course, probably one of the major reasons why we are here is my co-host, D.A. Roberts. D.A., please introduce yourself.
Hi, folks. As you all know, I'm D.A. Roberts. I'm a horror and sci-fi author. You can find all my works at daroberts.net, but I have the good fortune of being able to do some podcasts with some amazing people. Roger being one of them. He's a fantastic guy, and I'm happy to be part of the NDB Media Group. Nick Valenti comes to us from the North American Dogman Project. Those of you who have seen the show before have seen him come on. He gives us some really great perspectives. But tonight with us in the studio is Scott M. Baker. Scott is a zombie author who comes to us with a unique background, and he writes from a different perspective than most other writers I've read. And he's just a fantastic writer and a great guy. And I'll let him give us a little background about himself and just jump right into it. Scott, thank you for joining us, man.
Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it. As DA said, my name is Scott M. Baker. Former CIA agent, 23 years back in Washington and in the field. Retired now, living outside of Concord, New Hampshire. And I'm a full-time horror writer. I've got 2 series currently in production. My Nurse Alyssa versus the Zombies, about a young woman who finds herself in the middle of the zombie outbreak in Mass General Hospital and then has to fight for survival. And another series, the second book of which just came out Friday, The Ghosts of Salem Village. It's about a paranormal investigator, in this particular book, tracking down a demon related to the Salem witchcraft trials.
And that would be this book, correct?
That's the book, yes.
Okay. You want to tell us a little bit about this one as well?
Nurse Alyssa versus the Zombies to Escape. That is the second of my novels that was put onto Audible. That came out about 2 weeks ago. Slowly but surely, I'm putting all 7 of my Nurse Alyssa books onto Audible. And as I go, I'm probably going to run the series till 10 or 11 books at least. Eventually, I'll have them all on Audible. I've got a lot of people requesting it. I know a lot of people love listening to Audible while they're driving to and from work in traffic. So I'm listening to my fans.
I'm right there with you. I'm in the process of getting all mine on Audible, too. It is not a quick process.
No, it isn't.
And finding the right narrator can make or break it.
Oh, I found a great narrator, Naomi. I mean, she reads the action scenes like it's a Michael Bay movie.
Awesome. That's a great narrator. Lisa Getty says, are they available in print? They are available on Amazon, correct? And I pasted all the links that you sent me in the chat.
Yes. All of the Nurse Alyssa books are available for Kindle, Kindle Unlimited, and in print.
Awesome.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm checking them out right here on the site. And I've already followed you. Scott, thank you.
Thank you.
A wonderful portrait or profile shot with the image in the background. Really looks good.
Just to let Kevin Moorfield know, yes, we are live right now.
Definitely. Now, folks, I want to give a few shout-outs already. We already have several likes. Jacob Hayes, thank you for joining us. Tony Kanafka, my Tocayo, Roger Peacock, Lisa Geddes, thank you. Oh, we have a 5th one now, as a matter of fact. Nicola Kenny, thank you for joining us. So remember, everyone, if you have any questions, go ahead and put them in the chat room. We will post them. We'll do our best to answer them. And, it is live. There's no doubt about it. So it for good or bad, we are live. So it's all good. Scott, you mentioned your book 2 weeks ago. It just the one that DA was referring to.
The second Audible book came out 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So you mentioned you have 2 series. Now, the book that stands out for me already, I thought it was cool. It's something to the effect of This is why we can't have good things in the zombie apocalypse.
Yes, my daughter was the inspiration for that, because every time when she was younger, she'd always get like upset with me in that daughter sort of way with her father, and she'd always say to me, "Dad, this is why we can't have nice things," and I'd always add, "during the zombie apocalypse." So it just eventually came to me, write the idea of a zombie apocalypse from a teenage girl describing her dysfunctional family trying to deal with the living dead.
I think you paraphrased what's on Amazon. I was going to ask if I could read it, and I guess I am.
Yeah.
How can you go shopping when the living dead walk the mall? Cameron learned to trade makeup brushes for a shovel. Every teenage girl has a diary in which she vents her frustrations with siblings and parents. But a zombie apocalypse? This is why we can't have nice things during the zombie apocalypse. Is a comedic adventure about a teenage girl, her frustrating family, 2 high-spirited dogs, and a neighborhood of lovable rednecks coming together to survive a zombie outbreak. Sounds great. Wow.
It's a fun book. I loved writing it.
As a matter of fact, I'm not only committing to it, but it's mine now. So I went ahead and get that one.
Let me know what you think of it.
I will, definitely. And I kind of want to put you in a corner already. We're going to read some of your books, and hopefully we can bring you back and maybe discuss either several books or 1 or 2 at a time. And
that's fine. I'd love to come back.
That would be great. Wow. Hey, we're already 6 minutes in, and you already committed?
Woohoo! Not even
wrong.
time for the restraining order to ink to dry.
Yeah. Hey.
See, you were smart. You got me before the 3rd hour.
There you go.
Oh, he was listening. I apologize. I wasn't threatening our guest with boring him for 3 hours. But Scott, I understand that you've been on our program already once before, right? Were you with on the zombie roundtable?
Yeah, the zombie roundtable part 2. Yeah.
Okay, ignore DA. Dude, what was it like, man? There were a lot of zombie souls on there. I mean, dude, what happened?
It was just like one gigantic ego forming into one. I mean, I heard Thanos in the background, like, "Oh my God, this is bad."
That's funny. That's good. And right now, of course, DA and myself, we're dominating. I want to remind, we do have Nick, who, Nick, you're in on this too. Anytime you want to jump in for a question, just go ahead and jump in, please. I wanted to
ask Scott,
and there it is.
What was the very first book that you wrote?
The very first book that I wrote was actually a espionage novel. I wrote it in 1999, 2000. It was about North Korea buying nuclear weapons and threatening the United States with it. And it was sitting with a major publisher. I had an agent. Everything looked great. And then 9/11 hit. Wow. And the market for techno thrillers and espionage novels dropped. Right. So I took a couple of years off, joined up with the Iraq group. And then in 2003, I decided, if I can't write espionage, I'll go for my second love. So I started writing horror novels. And the first one published was The Vampire Hunters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is the other one out at all? Did it ever
all of the? Oh no. Well, bits of it are. I decided I rewrote parts of it, taking some of the good parts and made it into a modern techno thriller about using transhuman assassins to go after North Korea's Kim Jong-un. So a lot of it made it into the book. I'm putting it on Bella as a one of those serial productions.
All you'd have to do is reprogram Dennis Rodman.
Hey, he liked the Kim Stir. He was a good guy.
That was funny. I paused myself when I was talking, and when I coughed, you all heard it. I apologize.
That's fine.
I was going to say techno thriller. That is a deliberate term that goes to one author. Are you a big fan of him?
Tom Clancy at the beginning.
Yes. Oh, wow. We have something. Please, Scott, tell us.
No, I mean, I love Tom Clancy in the beginning, but like when he got to I think it was the 5th book, when a CIA analyst winds up becoming president of the United States because a Japanese pilot crashes into Congress. It was like, oh, come on.
I believe that was Debt of Honor.
I think so, yeah.
Yes. There was although DA and I have discussed this, we are big Tom Clancy fans, and I appreciate knowing that, Scott. That's good to know. If I'm not mistaken, that is the scene. Well, it happens in the book where the Japanese ambassador and folks, this is a 20-year-old book.
Yeah,
if you haven't read, it's your fault. There's that one scene where the ambassador is aghast and he says, "Does Dr. Ryan speak for the United States of America?" And of course, my tocayo, Roger Durling, says, "I speak for the United States of America." But at this moment,
we used to
Dr. Ryan speaks for me.
We used to have in the CIA, it was sort of black market. The management hated it, but we still kept it hidden. The Hunt for Red October, if it was written by a real CIA analyst. And the whole thing is the process. Rainius is trying to get to the United States, and Ryan's paper is being edited and re-edited. Submarine, they send it back. It should be submersible. He changes the paper to submersible, resubmits it. They send it back. No, you should be submarine. And by the time he finally gets the paper ready to present at the NSA conference, the Soviets have sunk Rainius. So.
Oh, that's pretty good, because that's the way it would really be.
It was, yeah. Somewhere in my files, I have a bootleg copy hidden.
That's
Some
funny.
things on this ship do not react well to bullets.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that, of course, well, I understand it's based on an actual event that took place in the Baltic. I believe a Soviet captain of a destroyer tried to get away, but he was caught. And I understand that is like the only mutiny that we know of that happened in the Soviet Union. But you may know more.
Well, what it was the crew revolted, and the commanding officers took back the ship. And Clancy got the idea, well, what if it was the officers that revolted?
Okay.
And had complete control.
And the crew never knew because they read the false orders.
How would you get a crew? How would you want to get a crew off a nuclear submarine?
That was funny, man. Yeah. That was.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I want to take a quick moment. Sure. I want to give a few more shout-outs. These may be repeated, so I'm just going to go through the list again. Tony Konopka, Roger Peacock, Jacob Hayes, Nicola Kenny, Lisa Geddes, Hadley Thorne, and Ken Moorfield. We appreciate the likes. And joining us from the Bayou, well, kind of north of the Bayou, the man right down there, Dream. Good evening, Dream. It is not a misspelling. That's his old email account. That's why he spells it that way.
You're muted if you're going to try to talk, Dream.
Yeah, come on, Dream. You're speaking to a real American hero here, dude.
No, I'm not.
At least unmute yourself. Wait a minute, sir. You worked for the CIA. That's not a customer service. Well,
a career.
Actually, no, wait a minute. Hold on. The customer service agency. It could be. Depends. But anyway.
I'm a public servant. I'm not a hero. Trust me.
So am I, sir. I'm a public servant, but I work in a municipality that is unimportant. So, but anyway, Dream, I cut you off. Go ahead, buddy.
Hi.
Eloquently put, sir.
Oh man, well, it's good to have you joining us, Scott.
Thank you.
I was definitely enjoying your contributions the other night on the Zombie Roundtable Part 2. That was a lot of fun. And what are we talking about tonight, Mr. D.A. Roberts, Mr. Nightmare Hunter, Mr. Nick?
We are interviewing, which is more becoming about us. We have to redirect it to Mr. Baker. We are interviewing our wonderful author this evening. As you know, as was mentioned earlier, he's written numerous novels. Now, how many are you up to, sir? Are you up to 12 or 13?
With the 3 novellas, I'm a little over 20.
Nice.
Okay. Wow. Excellent. He was telling us, and Dream, I already purchased the book. I think it's funny. You should get it. The book is entitled, This is Why We Can't Have Nice Things During the Zombie Apocalypse. It's funny.
That's
The title alone.
perfect. That's
Yeah.
perfect.
And
I was just gonna ask you if somebody were to start looking into you, what's the first book they should start with?
oh, well, that was my suggestion. Scott, what would it be?
The other one I would suggest, if you don't want to like jump into the whole series, Nazi Ghouls from Space.
oh, I'm
Not-
sorry.
Yes.
Nazi ghouls.
Yes.
That's another one inspired by my daughter. My wife and I were talking about the movie Red Snow.
Yeah.
Red Snow.
Red Snow. And I said to my wife, there's nothing cooler than Nazi zombies. And my daughter goes, what about Nazi zombies from space?
I love it.
So that's got a very unique twist in it. So
yes, I like it. And the other one is This Is Why We Can't Have Nice Things
during the zombie apocalypse.
I would ask
that's the
you
start
to
of
go
a
back.
series.
No. That's just a standalone novella.
Okay, all right.
But it stands out figuratively.
Yeah.
It does, and it's really good. We actually have another like. I want to thank Kat Dahlman. And gee, I wonder who joined us right now. Was that timing or what?
It's Naoma Finn from the Dixie Cryptid podcast has joined us tonight.
Excellent.
Dream, that comment was for you. Kat says, "Have a great show. I just came by to see Dream. Probably leave you on hold for 45 minutes."
I am having trouble seeing. My eyes are a little blurry right now. So if there's comments, just read them out loud.
Will do. Scott, what's your writing process like?
I've sort of got it down now to a pattern. I love writing outdoors. I'm in the country, so either my backyard or my front porch, it's nothing but trees and birds and little critters. So I usually go out for about 3 to 4 hours. I take a nice coffee, a cigar, my 2 boxes, and they sit there and romp around the front yard, and I sit in the porch for 3 or 4 hours. I try to do a minimum of 1,000 words a day. I'd love to do 2,000 a day. And usually I knock off when I hit one of those 2 goals. If it's a bad day, I stop at 1,000. If I'm going well, I'll go out. Some days I've hit 3,000. And then at night, I usually go on, do social media, answer emails, marketing, all the other stuff I got to do. But it's nice out there. There's no TV. There's no internet. There's no chores. There's no telephone. It's just nice, quiet, relaxing.
Sounds like paradise.
Yeah,
add a fishing pole and some bait, and you're good to go.
Yeah.
Well, I bet where you're at right now. What's the weather like, sir? As I mentioned to you, it's 81 degrees, unfortunately, here.
Yeah.
What's it out there?
Today it was kind of hot. It was in the 80s, but no humidity. So.
Okay.
And my wife told me that it's supposed to hit the 40s later this week.
Scott, you don't get the occasional bear stopping by?
We actually have gotten a couple of bears walking through the backyard. We got a lot of chipmunks. Unfortunately, we get porcupines because one of my dogs is stupid enough. She's bit them 3 times already.
Ouch. Trip to the vet each time?
Oh, yeah. And then the last time, she cut her tongue. And she bled all over. Thank God it's an old 11-year-old car. I use it for toting garbage and the pets, and there's blood all over it. My daughter joked if I'd gotten pulled over by the police, I'd still be in jail somewhere.
Jeez.
They'd be wanting to know what you did with the body.
Yeah. My daughter said if we get pulled over, she's going to jump out and run.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no.
Have you had any visits out where you're at? Any creatures of the night?
No, I've heard a lot of coyotes, and we've gotten a couple of skunks because the same dog that likes to screw with the porcupines likes to slap the skunk on the top of the head. So.
Oh, man.
I had a golden retriever that used to love to make friends with skunks. 3 times.
So you got to win one of those customer service awards for the lifetime supply of tomato juice.
Oh, Mike. Oh, that doesn't work. That's an old wives' tale. We've tried everything under the sun. They stink for 2 weeks.
Ugh.
I've heard you have to shave them down.
Now that would probably work.
And then do the tomato bath.
You're talking about the dog, right?
Yeah.
Well, whatever floats your boat. But
I'm
yeah.
sorry. No, I got a little worried there.
That's another show.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hopefully
That's
that
the
means you're
show with the
committed to at
tentacles.
least 2 more, Scott.
Uh-oh.
Oh, but Neoma, obviously, please join in at any time you see fit. We thank you for joining us again. It's always a lot of fun having you, and just don't be shy. Jump on in.
You were here the other night, right? Shyness is not an issue for me.
Fair enough. It's all good.
Everybody on this show is such an introvert.
Oh yeah.
Oh, no, I actually am I'm an INTJ. I really am.
I am too.
You.
That's right. Yeah, you are too, Dream. I remember that. Yeah, it's very difficult. After the program is over, I'm so tired. I want to do another one. We did that last night, right, DA?
Yeah.
I was tired as heck, man. I did my Jedi.tax program, and oh my goodness! And during the program, hey, DA, you want to do one after? And
I
yeah, we
couldn't
did.
believe you said that.
I was a little shocked myself.
Yeah, I know. I was laboring last night, but hey, misery loves company. I want to give a shout out to Mr. Richard Sullivan, who was on the program yesterday.
Yes, he was.
So we're already up to 9 likes, folks. Here's what we're going to do. If we get up to 30 likes tonight, we're going to go ahead and give out a $5 Amazon prize where you can use it to purchase either a Scott M. Baker book or you may purchase a D.A. Roberts book. So, yeah, it's in there. But if we get to 30, it's 5. If we get to 40, it's another 5. And if we get to 50, we'll double. We'll go to 10. Okay?
Oh,
So,
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know. I'm feeling very charitable tonight. I don't know why.
He's
Scott,
just trying to put a good impression out for the special guests.
There's a question I've been dying to ask you.
Sure.
Dying.
I know you're a zombie author, but does the CIA have a plan for a zombie apocalypse?
Whoa, you promised you weren't going to ask him that, but go ahead.
It's about the zombies.
I have never heard anything about a zombie plan, but the
CDC does.
The CDC does, yes.
Okay, but wait a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, notice, I have not heard. That doesn't mean he has not read. So, yes, we have to qualify everything here, Scott. I'm sorry.
Quantified.
If there was zombies, I know that they would be finding a way to infiltrate them into like Kim Jong-un's camp or the Iranian, the Tehran government, dropping them into the Kremlin to get rid of Putin.
I think they already work at the post office.
No, that's the aliens. Remember Men in Black?
That's right, Men in Black. I just posted the link in the chat for anybody that's interested. The CDC's official zombie apocalypse plan. Check it out. It's pretty neat. And you'll discover that if you're prepared for the zombie apocalypse, you're actually prepared for a lot of emergencies.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, when we were on air a few years ago, we did, due to my municipal connections, I'm here with LA County, and I would share some of the material that they would give to us. It's public anyway. So I would form programs as a public service announcement on my own. And DA would join us from time to time. And it turned out that your first aid kits, all your preparation, also works just fine for a zombie apocalypse.
Yes, they do.
Unless you get bit.
Yeah.
Well, that's when the Scallywag Tactical Bounty comes in handy, and lop that off. Or the hatchet.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, yeah. Stop it. As a matter of fact, I wanted to mention, I'm sorry, I cut someone off. I didn't see them. Richard Sullivan, thank you for the like. And Joyce Stevens Harvey, thank you for giving us the like. We're up to 10, folks. Remember, 30, that's the magic number. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I cut someone off. What a shock.
I was just going to say, I was looking at the Scallywag Tactical, and the general himself, Mr. Dalton, ended up pointing me in the direction of one of their utility kitchen knives, and I am very tempted to pull the trigger, but I need to find some extra funds for that first.
They are beautiful knives.
They are. Oh, there's the link for the CDC.gov something or other zombie something blah blah.
Yeah, cdc.gov/CPR /zombie/index.htm.
I
There it
am
is,
not
folks.
giving CPR to a zombie. I'm sorry.
I think this would be the first instance where a zombie would be like, "No, I'm good. I'm good."
Oh man, that's funny. Well, someone on staff clicked the like. NDB Media doesn't count. Someone clicked the like on that one. And then,
I didn't. I can't.
D.A. Roberts gave us a
Ooh.
like. I guess people want to get to 30. That's what it is. So it's cool. I think our record is 28 somewhere around. I had it for the longest time, 27. And then, there were some shenanigans, but DA got to 28.
It's actually 29, Raj. You got to
I'm
get
sure
to 30.
it was. I'm sure
Oh
it was.
my goodness.
I'm
All
sure
right,
it was.
listen, getting back to Scott. Scott, I want to know
Yes.
about the Alyssa series, the nurse Alyssa. She's a nurse, and that's how she got into the hunting zombies or something? What's going on with that?
It all starts with she's an ER nurse, and the outbreak takes place in the ER at Mass General in Boston. So she's caught up in it. The next thing one minute she's trying to tend to the wounds of an officer who's been bit. The next minute, the entire ER is turning into zombies. And the whole series just evolves. Book 1, she tries to get out of Boston. Book 2, she tries to get to her cabin up in the mountains of northern New Hampshire. And then from there, it just develops. I've got them like fighting a zombie horde during a massive forest fire and all sorts of cool stuff.
Ooh.
Darn, that sounds interesting. So it goes on for about 5 or 6 books that she's trying to get away and survive. Does she start hunting them?
Eventually, they start to have to go back to hunting them. I finished the 7th book about a month and a half ago. I'm working on the 8th one now. And on the 8th one, I'm taking them out to the Southwest. Things are going to be changed up a little bit. And now I'm doing the more traditional. There's a human protagonist, and there's going to be a lot of zombies. They're going to have to deal with, the massive zombies and the human. Now I'm just trying to figure out a way to crank it up. Because my problem is, like, every time I outdo the last book, but then it's like, now I got to outdo that book.
All right, then you have 2 more: the Ghost of Eden Hollow and the Ghosts of Salem Village. Is that also, similar to that?
It's part of a series, but they're standalone books.
Oh, they are.
They both deal with this young woman named Tatiana, who's a psychic, and she just winds up getting herself involved with various evil entities. The first book was the introductory one. The second book, I went to college and worked in Salem, Massachusetts, so I knew a lot about the Salem witch trials. So I did a lot of research, went back to Salem, took a lot of photos, visited the sites. And the second book, The Ghost of Salem Village, is her dealing with a ghost that has links to the actual Salem witchcraft trials. The historical portions are accurate. I didn't change any of the history. I wanted people to read what actually happened and how bad it was. But the paranormal portions are all dimension.
Scott, right now in your books, and by the way, I love Kevin Moorfield's comment, the one that follows. I'll give it CPR with a 12 gauge. Double tap, baby. Not wanting to be a hypocrite or come across as stupid, but if you were caught in the zombie apocalypse, what's your weapon of choice or weapons of choice, Scott?
At the moment, I've got an AK-47 with a drum magazine. That's my primary weapon. I've got a Glock 23. I've got a 3-foot-long crowbar. And in a couple of weeks, I should be getting myself a Vesper shotgun.
Nice.
Oh wait, what's? It's on the tip of my tongue. The Vesper. What is that again? What's special about that gun?
I think maybe I'm not wrong with being the Vespa, but I'm getting the shotgun where you load the magazine of cartridges.
Okay.
Is that an 8 round?
Hmm?
8 rounds or 10?
The VEPR 12.
Yeah, it's 10 rounds.
Mm. Okay, fair enough. I think I just came across something like that 2 weeks ago. That's why the minute you mentioned, like, hey, what's the deal with that one? I just read about it.
Yeah.
But
I've got a Keltec KSG I had since I was in law enforcement. I love that thing because you can have 15 rounds in it.
Yeah.
Of course, Kevin says check out the Panzer AR-12. So
Very nice.
yeah, I've seen pictures of that one.
My
That one's really
brother-in-law is co-owner of a gun shop in New Hampshire.
cool.
So whatever I want, believe me, compared to my brother-in-law and my sister and the rest of my family, I'm like the gun control nut. I only own like 10 firearms. So.
Only.
Yeah,
Only
they're all
10.
like, gee, only 10? What a win.
Wow. We picked up another like. I'm sorry, DA. Eric Ogle, thank you for joining us. And we appreciate it. We're up to 13 folks. I'm sure we probably have a few others on the other channels. But unfortunately, the only ones we're able to see are the ones that are through the program right here.
Mhm.
But we have people watching us. Folks, remember, we have our YouTube channels, NDB Media, DA Roberts. We're on Facebook, All Tower Media. Thank you. Of course, NDB Media, DA Roberts, the Nightmare Hunter page. And we're also on Twitch as well. So thank you, everyone. For everyone in the chat room, if you want to give us an idea of where you are, that'd be real cool. It kind of gives us an idea of where the audience is. It's kind of neat. So we'll be showing the comments on air. Go ahead, DA. I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't even remember what I was going to say.
Yeah, I do that to my co-host because I talk too much.
Nah.
So
Well,
I think we
DA,
were talking about what you would use in a zombie apocalypse.
I think I was going to make a comment on Kevin Moorfield's. I love the KSG comment, which, yeah, I absolutely love my KSG. I'll never get rid of that thing if I can ever help it. But Scott, I did want to ask you, what's your current project? What are you working on right now?
I'm working on 3 projects, which I thought it was fun when I thought, 3 books at once. How can that go wrong? I'm working on Nurse Alyssa 8. I'm working on a new zombie project. It's kind of secret at the moment, but it directly ties to the Nurse Alyssa universe. And I'm finishing up my first non-zombie post-apocalyptic novel, Frozen World. It's a little bit like a Snowpiercer type thing, world is in a deep freeze, only a few people have survived. And, this young girl joins the defense forces and thinks, this is a utopia. And she finds out there's a lot more going on than she realizes. And the deeper I get into that one, I'm realizing the more sicker and depraved I'm becoming. So,
hey, it's good for the topic that you're on. Scott,
Yes.
if I may, I want to return to Nurse Alyssa. And
Yes.
I do intend to read the books, and hopefully we'll get back to talking about it. But in the 7 books that you've written in the Nurse Alyssa versus Zombie series, have you hinted? Have you given it up already? Have you given a reason as to why the zombie apocalypse happens?
no.
Okay.
I decided to just go with she's in the ER, it breaks out, she's caught up in the middle of it. And then by that time, once you get to book 2, it's like, well, nobody really cares. I haven't decided whether I'm going to come out with a theory someday. Now, I do run through the book the possibility that there are some people who've gotten bitten who don't catch the disease. So naturally, their blood is the one everybody's looking for to create a vaccine.
Nice.
Okay. Do you know where you're going with the series, or is you going generally by feel right now, or do you have it mapped out vaguely?
I have it mapped out to about book 10. This current storyline I'm on with the protagonist Slade, and with what's going on in New Mexico, I've got at least another 2 books out of it. After that, after I finish that scene, I'm not sure where I'm going to go with it. I'm going to see if I think that it's run its course, I might bring it to an end. Now, whether I kill off Nurse Alyssa or give her a happy ending, I haven't decided yet. But plus, I think a lot of it also depends too how the other zombie series goes.
Okay, fair
But
enough.
there's at least, for fans of Nurse Alyssa, there's at least 2 or 3 more books in the works.
That is cool.
Here's a good ending for her. She gets married and she has a baby, and it comes out as a zombie.
Wow, that's a perfect world right there.
See, I always wanted, like The Walking Dead, I always wanted it to end with Rick waking up in a hospital room. Shane is there, his wife, the kids are there. The governor and Negan are his doctors. Carol is his nurse, and it was all a coma. He was.
Be like the end of Dallas. It was all a dream, Bobby.
I figured, at the very least, film that ending and let it slip before you film the actual ending.
Right. Man, that's
out.
like the old Star Wars Indiana Jones theme theory. It's like Indiana Jones is just Han Solo's dreams when he was frozen in carbonite.
Yes.
Yeah, the first time I heard about that, I thought that was very, very funny. That was really cool. And I had another question right now on the series. I know it's going to come back to me. Someone asked DA to bail me out on this one. It had to do with the storyline. But old man me, it already went away.
If he can't think of it, I want to just mention a DA.
Please go ahead.
Kevin Moorfield, that's been coming on. He's one of my security team that's going to be going to LBL Tennessee with us.
Well, I'm looking forward to meeting him. I think him and I are going to have a lot to talk about. 6'2",
He's a total gun nut, and he's got a interesting background. I'll give you, off the air sometime.
Okay.
But he's part of the security team.
Awesome. I can't wait to meet the guy. Kevin, looking forward to meeting you.
You will be safe. You're in the center of the diamond.
Scott, I wanted to ask you, have you been to any conventions? Do you do the convention circuit?
I used to do a lot of them. When I lived in Florida, I showed up twice a year at Spooky Empire, which if you live in Florida, if you're a horror lover and haven't gone to Spooky Empire, shame on you. That is one of the greatest conventions I've ever been at.
Is that what it's called? Spooky Empire?
Spooky Empire. It's held in Orlando twice a year, May and October. They get great names in there. I mean, they brought in the original Godzilla one time, so he could meet people. The guy almost cried when he saw how many people came just to see him. But up here, I did a few conventions, and then COVID hit. But I'm doing the Northeast Comic-Con and Collections Extravaganza, Boxborough, Massachusetts, July 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And at the end of July, early August, I'll be at the Scares That Care in Richmond, Virginia.
Nice.
Yeah.
It was cool. Are you recognized outside of your table when you're at the conventions?
Not up here, no. Down in Florida, yeah, a lot of people used to know me. But I mean, I've been going to those conventions for 5 years, so.
Fair enough. Have any horror stories on some fans, maybe?
No horror stories on fans. I love all my fans. I think one of the greatest things was it was my first convention. It was Infect Scranton, Pennsylvania, had just started their zombie conventions. And the doors opened, and this young girl came rushing in. And there was like several bigger name authors around me. And she comes rushing up to my table, and she goes, "Are you Scott Baker?" I'm like, "Yeah." She pulls out this anthology I was in. And she fell in love with the writing from my first short story, Cruise of the Living Dead. And, it was such a morale boost to think, okay, there's like big name Bermuda press authors beside me. But the first person came running up to me. So.
That's awesome.
You're like, yeah, guys, I got this. It's all good. Don't worry, I'm here.
But no, I don't have any real horror stories. I mean, I enjoy all my fans,
Oh, that is cool.
I haven't had any show up at the house yet or like appear in my bedroom, with like a dead offering for me.
Nobody's been sending you celery?
No
Being
celery.
stalked.
Yeah.
Okay,
Of course. Knowing me, I'd probably enjoy it.
Okay, I've heard it before. Obviously, I'm out of it. What's the deal with the celery?
You're being stalked.
Celery stalks? The stuff you should be eating?
It's
Womp.
it's
You
a,
guys
it's
can
a
go to
horrible
hell.
pun.
Go to hell.
Well, Scott, if you're looking for a narrator or an editor, you look no farther than Naoma over there. She is awesome. She does a lot of the narrations on the Dixie Cryptid podcast and the What If It's True podcast. She's done a couple of my short stories. She is absolutely fantastic on narration. She has a great, just beautiful voice for narration. She does a hell of a job.
All right. I will definitely keep you in mind for when I put the Tatiana novels into Audible.
You're on mute. You're on mute.
That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign.
You're
I think
on
she'd be a
mute.
great
I know.
choice.
That's very good. You're on mute.
Hold on, take it off mute.
You're still on
I'm
mute.
getting there.
I got
There
you.
it is.
Sorry about that. I want to connect with this Naoma woman. She sounds pretty cool.
She is.
That was good.
Should have her narrate my stuff.
Looks like you're freezing over there, Naoma.
I am. It's 70 degrees down here. It's an ice box.
Oh,
70
stop
degrees.
it.
70.
God.
It's
Where are you from?
81.
I can't stand it.
70 degrees. I'm walking around in my skivvies.
I've
Yeah,
got
that's
gosh, I've got house slippers on and I got flannel pants on. I'm dressed from the waist up.
Well,
From the waist down, it's all jammies and,
Yeah.
and
Nothing
warm
wrong with
flannel
that.
stuff.
it's funny because I'm born and raised in Boston, and my wife is a Floridian, and she can't understand why it's 40 degrees out, and I'm out there in a jacket, a cigar, iced coffee, writing my novel, and she's standing inside the house with a coat, shivering.
You know what it
That's
is, Scott? Us Northeasterners. I'm in New Jersey.
Oh,
I'm telling you, this is, when it's 50 degrees out, it's like, oh, thank God, it's beautiful out here.
yeah.
Freezing.
They used to get the biggest kick in Florida when it was like 32 degrees. I'd go out in shorts and a t-shirt, start my wife's car, come back in. She'd run out 5 minutes later in a heavy coat, jump into the warm car.
Everybody in Florida starts putting on their what do you call it? Inside their house, they start throwing wood in their fireplaces.
Yeah.
I used to be that way. I was born and raised in northwestern Illinois, but I've been in Tennessee long enough that anything below 70 and I'm miserable.
No.
Hadley Thorne. Very good, DA. That's funny. We're having a cold snap here. It's in the low 80s. Yeah, it's 81 right here, right now. It's cool. It just dawned on me as to where we're all located. Of course, DA is in Nathaniel County, Missouri. Of course, Nick is in New Jersey. I'm out here in California. Dream, a former Californian, is out there in Louisiana. Naoma, you mentioned you're in Tennessee?
Yes.
Wow. So if we had someone from the Northwest Quadrant, I think we would be cool. Because, of course, we have Scott, who's in the Northeast Quadrant, which is kind of neat. That's
Nick's up there in his neck of the woods, too. He's in New Jersey.
Nick, you have to move.
So,
Are you a Red Sox fan? I have to ask.
oh, don't even go there, Dream.
Oh yeah.
Why did you do that? Why did you do that? All right, okay, Scott. Hey, all fair, love and war. Go ahead, sir.
I never really got to be a big Red Sox fan because
I hear a butt there.
we always used to joke that this was the Red Sox's favorite noise. Because
You are a Red Sox fan.
they would start out so good, and then they'd get to like right before the the time they made it to the World Series, and they were like 3-0, and they blew it. We just
Scott,
got to
You know what? I actually don't. As a Yankee fan, we were up 3-0, and Boston, the only time in the history of baseball, came back to win 4 straight. I don't say the Yankees choked because I believe it takes away from Boston. In my humble opinion, Boston beat our They beat us.
Yeah.
And the funny thing was, everybody said the best part of winning the World Series that year was beating the Yankees to get.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But I mean, it's that love-hate relationship. You got to enjoy.
Oh, predominantly hate, but we're good with it. But
Whoa.
that is cool. Yes, Boston has done fairly well for themselves over the last 20 years or so.
Yeah.
That's not me. I normally blow air, but I don't make that much noise. Is that
That's
you,
my
DA?
wood.
Yeah, it was me. I've got a fan on.
That's my
Oh,
wood
okay.
chip, and the wife's putting body parts in it.
Good man. All right.
Take
Very
care of
nice.
that
Trained
pneumatic
well.
oscillator.
That's how we mulch the lawn. So,
Oh, jeez. All right. So, what is your best advice for the rest of us in a zombie apocalypse? It's going down. Tell us, Scott. What do we do?
whatever you feel is the best situation. Everybody's different. Right now, I have a frail 78-year-old mother-in-law living with me. So if I have to hit the road,
Put a bullet through her head and move on.
okay, in case my wife is watching, I would never ever do that.
Mr. Baker, I
Never.
apologize.
Never do that.
Okay, that was a joke,
That's
but that was said by a
joke.
Yankee fan, okay?
It's a complete joke. A
You
joke.
need to
that doesn't
preface that. He's a
I
Yankee fan.
apologize.
But
I
I mean,
apologize.
No, it's true. What do you do? Do you abandon your 78? My mother is 84 and can barely move because of arthritis. So do you stay there and hunker down? Do you go into the woods? If it was me, just myself, I've got 2 dogs, 2 cats. I live out in the country. I'm like 15 minutes from the nearest big city. I'd hunker in place.
Yeah,
And-
that would be the smartest thing to do.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of neighbors around me who are very well armed. It's one of those neighborhoods. If somebody comes into the community that doesn't belong here, they've got a whole set of eyes on them. But I'm lucky enough that there's 1,000 back roads leading up north. So if the zombie horde came my way, I just pack everything up, put it in the SUV, and just go north of the mountains. But I mean,
Just to be clear,
Yeah.
wrapping yourself in a bear skin and trying to look attractive is not going to help you in a zombie apocalypse.
is this from experience?
Oh, allow
Oh,
DA to
He
explain
doesn't
to
know
you.
that story.
Oh, but
Oh.
DA tells it well. Please,
Oh.
DA.
One night, a bunch of us were discussing how to survive a Sasquatch attack. We were talking about what we would do. We'd grab whatever gun, whatever tactic we'd use, and Dream's philosophy was the best way to survive was to cover himself with a bearskin rug and put on some Barry White and try to look attractive.
Yeah, but it might work, and then you're in even more
It
trouble.
might.
DA, would you please show us the obligatory image? And by the way, Kevin Moorfield, awesome! I love that one. There it is. There it is, baby. We
Now,
do have a
this
question.
is because, so the whole reason that came up was because I am an out of shape old man who doesn't have any guns,
Oh.
doesn't know how to use them.
You are 20 years younger than me, sir.
Yeah, and how many guns do you own?
Well, that depends on who's listening.
No,
And
he's
how
11 years
well-trained are
younger.
you in
Most of
using
them vanished in a boating accident. It was tragic.
Oh, man.
And you still have the coordinates of that accident.
Yes.
Very good.
I
By
had
the
an
way,
ex-husband that vanished that way.
yeah.
I backed
It's
DA
tragic.
up on that, by the way, because I was there and I lost mine with his, so nothing left.
That's funny. That's good.
Yep.
Hadley has a
And
question. Scott.
Ignore the buoy floating in the water.
Okay.
We know that.
You're lobster hunting. I understand.
Magnet fishing.
Did this thinking factor into your location of buying a home?
Partly.
Was it the prior job?
I mean, we're not going to hit a zombie apocalypse. We all know that. We all love it. I mean, you could go on a killing spree.
Scott, our numbers are dropping. Stop.
I mean, a zombie apocalypse is what we all want. People that we didn't like. Oh, they were bitten. Bam. But-
Were they really good? Yeah, absolutely. Totally.
Yeah, my older sister would be the first ones bit. Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I figured something is bound to happen, whether it's a natural disaster, a race riot, civil unrest. even if you get like hit with a blizzard, and you're like the blizzard of '78, nothing could move. I don't want to be where there's a lot of people. I want to be out here. I got about a month's worth of food, supplies, dog food. Um, you know, I got a fireplace if it gets cold. My landlord's thinking of installing solar panels. This is where I want to be. And if something goes south quickly, I want to be able to have a couple of days or a week to figure out what I want to do next. But I lived in or near big cities all my life, and it's like, no, I like it out here, where at night the only thing I can hear are the crickets and the coyotes.
Wow.
And the Sasquatch and the Dog Man.
Well,
Yeah,
as a
well.
matter of fact, he says that nothing in his area. Have there been any whispers in your area, Scott, of anything like that? Have your neighbors witnessed anything, or are there
You
stories
mean like,
like Sasquatch or the Dogman?
no, nothing like that. I mean, it's funny. I have not seen any deer out here, and I've seen one bear.
Oh wow!
It's odd that you haven't seen any deer
I know that's out here.
or
I
elk
think
up in that area, to be honest.
Now, there's a pack of 30 turkeys, wild turkeys that roam the area, and they're the meanest SOBs you can.
Nastiest, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
they are.
one of them
Red
like
goiters? The red goiters on them?
yes.
Yeah.
And one of them like stands in the middle of the street, staring down the cars, and the other ones just stroll across as if they got all the time in the world.
Right. They're like the mob, they walk in groups.
Yeah.
They're like, gobble, gobble. Yeah, come on. Let me
Forget about it.
What was it? There was a cartoon back in the day. Is it called The Good Feathers?
The good feathers; those were pigeons,
Yes.
based on the Goodfellas movie.
Yeah.
What am I here to amuse you?
Yeah.
All right, that's it.
For my funny how? Funny like a
That's
clown?
why there's no deer where you are, Scott, because the Squatches love deer. Just snatch them all up.
Well, we had a bear in the backyard last year, and now people have seen bear and its cubs. And I always leave food out at night, in case this, for the stray cats, for any of the animals. But my wife won't let me leave any food out anymore now. She's afraid we'll get bears.
She's
Yeah,
right.
because
She's
we've
not
talked
wrong.
about that, gentlemen, haven't we?
Yeah.
Where once
Yeah.
the bears get a taste for that,
Keep
Yeah,
coming back.
they'll come back all the time.
Yeah, that's why I
Like
put
a
bird
convention
seed all over the driveway and in her pockets.
No,
It's almost like if you give them food and just keep feeding them, they just learn how to do it for themselves.
Yeah,
Well,
Forget all about how to do it for themselves.
you
yeah,
let
like my kids.
you let your mother-in-law go out, get some sun, and give her some barbecue sauce to slather on. Say, hey, you don't want to
Here's
get burned.
suntan lotion.
Sun basting.
Suddenly the bears shows up and
Yeah, but
No.
the problem with that is my dogs would lick her clean. So.
No, just clear veggie oil. Clear veggie oil. Get nice and crispy.
Basted to a golden brown.
you guys are so mean. I'm telling you, man. Especially you, Roger.
I'm telling you, there are certain people where I'd be in a zombie apocalypse where I was like, no, you were bit. They're like, no, I wasn't bit. No, you were bit.
I don't like you anyway. You were bit.
Yep.
Scott, going back to your stories, and DA has several characters, which he's explained to us that they're amalgamations of people in real life. Do you do that in your books? Do you admit to doing that? Do you want to admit?
Let's see. There are, in the Nurse Alyssa series, there's two young kids, Kira and little Stevie. They are based on my niece and nephew. I love
that's
them
cool.
dearly.
Yeah.
They're great kids. And I figured, okay, how would my nephew is 10 years old and he likes me. He loves horror movies. That's all he watches. And
Good kid.
Kira is a 14-year-old. She's a kick-ass. She's taking karate. So I figured, well, what would it be like if two young teenagers, young kids got caught up in all of this? And I'm having fun just going with it. Their father, Steve, is very loosely based on my brother-in-law. I'm trying to think. Nurse Alyssa is a little bit a good friend of mine and a little bit of my wife, who's a nurse. Um, Now, when you go back to my first book, the Vampire Hunter series, Drake Matthews is me. It's just I'm living my fantasy life. He hunts vampires, he drinks iced coffee, smokes cigars, drinks whiskey. That was just sort of like, okay, if I could live the life I want. And yes, some people that I have not had fun relationships with in the past do appear in my book.
Yeah, they're the
Yeah.
ones that get nailed. Yeah.
Yeah, so if
Cool.
it's a character you really don't like, chances are I know them.
Zombie powder.
Well, you
That's
mentioned
funny.
you mentioned whiskey. What's your favorite drink?
Jack Daniels or Gentleman Jack.
Okay.
Being from Boston, I would have thought you'd be a fan of something Irish.
I don't know. For some reason, it's just the Jack Daniels has the only taste I really like. Baker's bourbon is also pretty good.
I'm
You
a
like
big
the
fan
American-
of Bushmills Irish.
What was that, Dream?
I said you like the American whiskeys then.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I'm partial to Scotch, and DA up there is loving the Irish stuff.
Mm.
I like Scotch too, but my regular go-to, on any given day, would be a good glass of Bushmills.
Nick, what's your drink, Nick?
Bourbon. Jimmy Bean. I know it's a cheapy thing, but Jimmy Bean vanilla or his cherry one, they're really good. I'm not a big drinker. I work out so freaking much that, it kind of destroys the whole idea of working out.
I usually just do a lot of arm curls.
Yeah.
8 ounces or what?
That's impressive. Neoma, what do you have for a drink?
Water. My personality is not conducive to alcohol, guys. It's not pretty. You remember the dancing on the table story?
Roger wasn't there for that.
No, I'd like to hear that.
Please.
Well,
see
if
the
I
video.
tell it, it's going to drop the rating on the show.
Run us through that with pictures too. Come on.
Come on, get it done. Let's do it.
We want it. Come
I
on.
used to be the girl who got drunk way too fast, stood on a table, and danced with the shirt off. But I had to stop doing that because I got rug burns on my breasts.
You were doing the worm at that point?
No, I was getting old.
Oh,
This is cool. We actually have quite a few comments. I apologize. Kevin Moorhead said earlier, Jack and Coke. All Tower Media, I believe this is Josh, said, I'm a mead guy.
Got
And
some of
then
that
Kevin
right
said-
over here, Josh.
Yeah. Kevin says, I don't drink much at all, but when I want to chill, I drink Jack and Coke. Yeah, that is cool. Well, knowing what I'm dealing with, I'm stuck with the ginger ale right now, and I'm okay with this. I returned to work today after missing so many days that my coworker asked, "Hey, so I know you're into the Coke stuff, soda, remember that? Okay, I'm into the Coke soda, and they know I can't have it now, and so they said, what am I drinking? You wouldn't believe it. I'm drinking ginger ale. Because last time the coworker had ginger ale, I was like, I'm not going to drink that. What the hell? I'm not dying. I shouldn't have said that, but now I'm drinking the ginger ale.
I'm glad you're off the Coke, Roger, and enough of the sniffing.
And I think I'm done with the Coke. Seriously, because my real sin was cherry Coke. So if you guys know, yeah, Scott, yeah, you've had
No,
it.
not me. My daughter. She loved that stuff.
That stuff is just way too sweet. And the glorious thing is, or the fortunate thing is, I can still have it, but I'm choosing to forego it. And
Wow.
it's going to be it. I've dropped it. If I can drop the cherry Coke dream, you can stop the puffing. The smoking.
All I'm doing is the little vapey thing.
Yeah, I don't know if
He
that
doesn't want to
counts,
get
but-
murdered in the next Nightmare Hunter book.
It's
Yes,
not-
Kevin, it does rock cherry Coke. Let me tell you, during tax season, oh my God, it was the antithesis to what is it, kryptonite? That's what kept me going. But anyway, enough about me.
What
Scott,
happened to orange juice with you accountants? What happened to orange juice?
We ran out of
yeah,
vodka.
It's a great mixture
yeah,
for vodka.
very
Yeah, with some
good,
champagne
Neoma.
in it.
Very good.
Put champagne in it, make a mimosa.
Yeah.
All right, hit it, Roger.
Roger just sipping
no,
mimosas.
that was funny. I do. Well, actually, you can't see him right now. You see this metal frame just right here? Well,
Yeah.
I'm in my office, but my metal frame is where my coffee bar is, and I have water. I have the Brita filter. No, they're not a vendor or a sponsor. Damn them. But I have a bunch of liquor up on top. But I don't drink, so I have I have a decanter, right? And people are like, "Oh, what's in there?" You see, Dream knows. Okay, knowing that I'm a dumb Latin, what should be in there? Okay, it's a 2-part answer. Scott, what should I have in that little decanter right there to serve guests?
That depends
Tequila?
on what. Let's be.
No, seriously, what should go in there? What, like a
Depends
bourbon?
on the shape of
Oh,
the
oh,
decanter.
Whiskey?
So
Yeah.
if the lid
I
is
apologize,
round-
Scott. Yeah.
Or
For me,
square.
I would put in a nice bourbon.
Okay, a bourbon, right? Or other people would put in a whiskey, or they're probably one and the same, just because sure I know how to drink. Well, no one knows. Just because I want it to look good, I put tequila in there. So when my clients, when I'm not looking, they might serve themselves, and they'll take a nice long pull, like ah. So I don't even tell them what it is. It's just I have to have a ship on my desk, which I have it right here in front of me right now. I have to have a ship, and I have to have a drink. That's what I have. But they're all just for show.
You shouldn't serve tequila without training wheels.
There are a lot of things I shouldn't do in this office, young lady. But the IRS is not listening, so we're good.
Kevin,
Anyway,
I think we're kindred spirits. I'm a coffee addict.
Yeah,
Yes.
at
So
least
am I.
today. At
Yeah.
least.
Black Rifle right here.
Scott,
Beyond Black.
I think you mentioned that you drink coffee, right, Scott?
Yep. 4 large Dunkin' iced coffees a day. Black, no sugar.
Whoa.
Like my soul.
Ah,
Total black.
I had a sergeant in the army used to say that. He said, drank his coffee black like his soul.
Man, those Dunkin' larges are giant.
They
Yeah.
are.
It's
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
like a Starbucks venti cup. It's like a McDonald's supersized
Oh, yeah. It's like about 10 inches high. Very wide
gallon
at the
of
top.
coffee.
okay, this isn't a shot against anyone, but Dunkin' Donuts, they're the working man's coffee, man. They know
Yeah.
what it's about.
Yeah.
They
what it
know
takes.
that if you're there in the morning, you want it hot and you want it to last.
Yeah.
And those huge cups, they work.
And
Those
now,
ventis, that's
They
nothing.
actually have more caffeine in them than Starbucks coffee.
Oh, really? I did
Yes.
not know that.
Yes, they do.
Well, like I said, they're made for us who have to, do it every day. Go ahead, Scott.
Do you know the big Krispy Kreme franchise, the donut franchise from down
Yes.
south?
Yep.
Oh, yes.
My wife loves Krispy Kreme. She thinks Dunkin' Donuts should be the paper box as the Krispy Kreme comes in. And they opened one on Route 1, the major road going into Boston, figuring they were going to sell out. They failed in 3 months because nobody realized nobody goes to Dunkin' Donuts for the donuts. They go to Dunkin' Donuts for
Coffee.
the
Yeah.
coffee. And Krispy Kreme didn't have that good coffee. So,
there you go.
yeah.
And did you know you can get a nitro shot in Dunkin' Donuts coffee to make it even more caffeinated?
No. Really?
In Jersey? In Jersey, we
Oh, my
can.
Jersey, baby. Yeah.
I
Now
like
we're
this
gonna have
comment by
Scott
Kevin.
driving to Jersey
I
every
just
other
roll up
weekend.
there. Hey, yo.
Sorry,
give me
Roger.
2 shots in
No.
there, you know?
That's funny. Kevin, the faith in my coffee is literally strong enough to move mountains.
That's all that kid is ever making every time we talk on the phone. I'm telling you. I got to send him some Black Rifle. JB.
Definitely.
Black.
And as a matter of fact, I want to bring on another guest and friend of the program right here, General Dalton. Good evening, General. Thank you for joining us.
See?
Roger, you crossed the pond again.
I know he's doing this.
Yes. It's because I didn't serve, so if I do it this way, I'm actually disrespecting. So that's why I
Is
do
that
it
what
this
it
way.
is?
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you do like that, you look like Benny Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm old enough for that, Scott. Yeah, we are. You
not
did
I
that.
thought I was going with British.
Great. Now I've got yakety sack stuck in my
There
head.
we go. Like,
Okay, it
Me
is
too.
funny.
That was the first thing that happened as I started hearing yakety sax.
Now, the reason why I do it this way is from the movie Patton, when Patton beat Bernard Law into Montgomery, when he beat him into Messina, and he gives him that that little sarcastic. That was a cool moment in the movie. But anyway, I digress.
You shan't smile, George. I'm not going to kiss you. Pity. And I shaved close in preparation of being smacked by you.
Oh my God, it is a great line. Yes.
I love that.
It's a wonderful moment where both characters actually acknowledge the moment that it genuinely is funny. They're competitors, they want to kill each other.
Yeah.
But it was a good moment, yeah.
I like that. George, under no circumstances are you supposed to take. Are you to take Medina? Wait for Montgomery. What do you want me to do? Give it back?
Unfortunately, there was a lot of truth to that.
I'm wondering at that point, DA, what would Sean Connery say to those guys?
Who? Which group? Patton?
Just take the ship.
I'm not entirely sure.
Hey, Mr. Robert Miller, thanks for the greeting. How you doing tonight, man?
Yes, as a matter of fact, he's down south for me. Yeah, he's out down in San Diego. So yeah, we've got the United States represented. Now, if Mr. Aurelio Rico Lopez III were to show up, we'd have the Philippines. I'm surprised he hasn't shown up. He's always here.
Oh man. Well,
I have a message. Just kidding. I was going to be a jerk and rename a message out loud.
Oh my goodness. My phone is about to die, so I'm going to have to take off. And I
all right, man. Thank you for being here.
But it was great to talk to you, Scott. Thank you so much. I was looking for your books. The link is going across the bottom. Please check it out when you get a chance. I'm super looking forward to it. I'm going to be looking up that stuff from you.
And if you're ever in Hammond, Louisiana, throw it out there.
If you're ever in Hammond, Louisiana, feel free to stop by my restaurant. It is Pho Grace. I will feed you some of the best Vietnamese food you've ever eaten.
Oh,
I'm headed. I'm going to make a point of going there. I'm looking forward to some pho.
Please, 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 please. But I will ask that you autograph a copy of one of your books for me.
Will do. That's a pleasure.
Done. I will have it purchased before you get there. Don't worry.
All right.
I don't expect freebies. I just want the signature. All right. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Peace out. Good night. Have fun.
Have a good night.
I want to take a quick moment, ladies and gentlemen. We've entered the second hour here on The Nightmare Hunter. Today is June 21st, 2021. We have our wonderful co-hosts, everyone who's with us, and of course, our guest of honor, Mr. Scott Baker. It's absolutely awesome, the stuff we've been able to talk about, and hopefully we're going to be able to continue right now. But on the link at the bottom, you can check it out. It's Scott M. Baker, author.blogspot.com. You can check it out. You can find him on Amazon as well. What is, I guess, for you, which is better? Do you want them to go? Well, I'm sure you would like them to go to both sites, but which one is a higher commission for you? And I apologize for broaching that, but seriously, where do you get a bigger payout?
Facebook, Scott Baker's Demon Hunters. It's where I spend all my time. If I'm doing it's where I throw up like stupid jokes if I see an article that I like. But it's also where I tell people, okay, this is the podcast I'm doing. This is the convention I'm going to be at. Oh, this book just came out. You can pre-order this. That's where they'll get all the information.
I just posted all your links in the chat again.
All right, thanks. Like what I'm going to do is when I was researching the Ghosts of Salem Village, my daughter and I went to Salem for a day, and we went to all the sites where the witches were hanged, where the Salem jail was, where the trials were held, and we took photographs. Probably this week or this weekend, I'm going to put the photographs up on my blog, but I'm going to put links to the blog on my Facebook page. So Scott Baker's Demon Hunters is the best place to find it.
Excellent. Well, there it is, folks. You got it. So I want to give a shout out. We're up to 15. Robert Miller, thank you for the like. I believe I did mention, but I'm going to mention it again, All Tower Media. Thank you for the like as well. And folks, we're live. And I will say that I enjoy doing this because it's live. I always, whenever someone says, "Hey, so do you do a podcast?" No, it's live. It's real, with all the warts and accidents and everything.
Slips of the tongue.
It's
Oh,
podcast
unfortunately,
when you rewatch it.
And there's
As-
no 7-second delay.
no, not on this one. Actually, for those in the chat room, yeah, there's about 25 to 30 seconds, and it's absolutely hilarious when we deliver several one-liners, and then we see the reaction to the chat room. Talk about being behind. I don't mean to say that, but it's funny because as soon as the reactions start up, it's really, really funny. But it's all good. So I know that we really haven't talked about your. I know I've been talking about Nurse Alyssa, but you mentioned the Ghost of Salem Village, and you've been out there. When you guys spent the day out there, what is? It's a pedantic, dumb question. What is it that affect? What did you keep from your trip there?
It's funny because for decades, Salem shunned its witchcraft history. They didn't want to have anything to do with it. There was never any memorials or anything like. There were private things like the Witch Dungeon, which was an old church where they put on this cheap performance, and then in the basement was a paper mache. This is what the dungeon might have looked like. They concentrated mostly on their maritime history. But now, over the past maybe 10, 15 years, they've embraced it. They've made amends. They've apologized for the way the 18 men and women were treated and executed. They've set up memorials to them. They've actually found the exact location where the witches were executed. It wasn't on top of Gallows Hills as they thought. It was down at the base of it. And it's, when I go there, I always just think about the reason this happened. It wasn't because they were witches. It wasn't because these women and men were doing anything. There was just a bunch of girls that were bored with their life, and they started screwing around, and the adults were stupid enough to believe them, and more than 20 people died, either from executions or in jail or that, just because a bunch of teenage girls just wanted to have some kicks.
And Salem at that time was far from, even then, far from a big city.
Yeah, there was Salem Town, which is the heart of Salem today, which was the maritime center where they were making money, and there were big buildings. And then there was Salem Village right beside it, and it was all agricultural. But they could never expand because there were like Danvers and other cities around it that limited how far they could expand. And it was just one of those situations. They had a lot of bad luck. And the Puritans were, like, oh, what did we do that God is punishing us? And then when the girls started all of this witchcraft stuff, all the adults were sort of like, it's not our fault. It's them. It's witches. If we not burn them, but if we execute them, then God will be happy with us. I go into a lot of it in the book. I mean, like I said, the trials, the accusations, the way the girls acted is as it was in real life. But it's a very sad period in history.
Oh, good God, yes.
The memorials to the people that were killed, aren't they stones in the ground where some of them are intentionally cut off as a representation of their lives cut short? I think I read that somewhere.
I don't know about that. There's 2 sets of memorials. There's one in downtown Salem, right near one of the old cemeteries, where they have this little alcove cut out between the street and the cemetery. And they've got 18 benches with the names and the birth and death dates of those accused and executed for witchcraft. And people leave all sorts of tributes to them. And the names are also at the Proctor's Ledge site, which was where the actual executions took place.
Even the guy that was crushed by the stones, that happened there too?
I don't think they include him because he was never tried and found guilty of witchcraft. Giles Corey.
Yeah.
because he knew that if he confessed and they found him guilty, the Sheriff Corwin could take all his property. So that's why they crushed him. They were trying to get a confession out of him, and he refused. And then when his chest caved in, he was dead. And nobody could touch his property.
Isn't there some kind of a curse on sheriffs there too? By the way, have you ever heard that?
Yep. And a lot of the sheriffs of Middlesex County, when they were based in Salem, died. They'd have heart attacks. They wouldn't make it through their term. And then about, I think, 10 years ago, they moved the sheriff's office from Salem to another city in Middlesex County, and now all the sheriffs have survived.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
Yeah. Come on, DA.
Okay.
Read it.
No, I mean, Kevin's right. I mean, the insanity, and then all of a sudden one of the girls says, "Ooh, I saw 40 witches convorting with this, this guy in a black suit." And everybody's like, "Oh shit, they're going to kill 40 more of us."
Yeah, some old lady's got a wart.
Yeah.
Further at the stake.
Yeah, that's one of the things the witch hunter general in England, who basically appointed himself to that position, would go around and he would look for marks on the body that would indicate that the woman was a witch. And of course, as you age, moles appear, and it wasn't hard to find something that he could call a
witch mark.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we all know the proper method is if she weighs as much as a duck, she's made of wood, and therefore
you build a bridge out of her.
That's right. Build a bridge out of her.
Who are you who are so wise in the ways of science?
I want to interrupt real quick. Scott, first of all, I want to thank you first and foremost, because I just noticed that about 45 minutes ago, you shared the link to this program. I want to thank you for that. It is rare when we get our guests to do that while we're live.
No problem.
That's the feels. That gives us the chills, sir. Thank you.
I'm trying to get that up to 30 there. So.
Oh, there it is, folks. We're up to 15.
Because I'm hoping they buy my book.
Yes.
Definitely buy Scott's book. They're worth a read. I mean, I'm looking at the covers of the Shattered World books right now, and those are just freaking awesome covers.
I worked with a great cover artist on that, and he loved it because I would tell him, this is how I wrote about the creature, and he went wild with it. And I'll tell you, the good thing about the Shattered World books, they're young adult. Mm-hmm. An adult could read them. There's a lot of action. There's a lot of violent action, but there's no F-bombs. There's no explicit sex. I mean, I would let my 14-year-old niece read one of these.
Might have to check those out. The covers are fantastic. I'd like to read those.
Thank you.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, we're getting other likes.
You were talking about.
Go ahead.
What's that, Dalton? What'd you say, man? Go ahead.
I was going to say, I said you and Scott were trading banter on the coffee. You didn't mention your care package for your birthday of 10 pounds of Black Rifle coffee.
Yeah. This year for my birthday, Josh Dalton sent me 10 pounds of Black Rifle coffee. They arrived in 2 different boxes. Holy Jesus, how am I going to drink this much coffee? But I'm putting a dent in it.
Yeah.
Now, are they the beans or grounds?
Yeah, he tried to murder me here about a few months ago. He's not a coffee drinker, but he sent me a bag of this Death Wish coffee. So I made a pot the normal strength like I normally do, and it says right on the bag that it's the most caffeinated coffee you're going to drink. And I'm like, hey, whatever. I was a career cop. It's not going to be that big a deal. So I made a pot of it, and about 3 drinks into the cup, and I usually just drink my coffee black straight up the way God intended it, like the whiskey. But about the second or third sip, it was like my pupils dilated out of sequence, like boot boot. I was like, whoa, that is some nuclear coffee.
What's your coffee of choice, Scott? What do you drink?
Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh, that's right. You did say that. I apologize.
But I buy the. It costs a fortune to go out and buy them, so I buy the containers of it and make my own iced coffee.
Okay.
But my wife is good. Every time she goes out, she swings by Dunkin' Donuts and brings me back a nice coffee because she knows it'll never go to waste.
Oh, that's cool.
Have any of you ever tried Wicked Joe's?
Have not.
I actually, Wicked Joe's Wicked Italian is my favorite coffee.
Wicked Italian.
Yeah.
That's Nick's department.
Hey, there's Italian brewed or roasted coffee is just the best in my book.
I grew up in Everett, Massachusetts. I was surrounded by Italians. I learned all the phrases. You know, you could always tell the Italian.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. You've got the Irish mob on one side, and the Italian mob side of you, DA.
My wife, when she saw on a TV show furniture covered with the plastic, and she couldn't understand it. And it's like, yeah, I grew up. All of our families had that. You couldn't. Beautiful living room. You couldn't sit in the furniture. You had to stand there and eat while you were watching television.
Good Lord, if it got hot.
Oh yes, yeah. Your skin would stick to it when you stood up.
I lived in the Midwest and they did that.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys do it with all that humidity. We get humidity over here, but it's nothing like on the East Coast. I was back in
out here.
Washington, D.C. back in September of 2007. And actually, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad over there, but I understand the way it works, and I can't handle the humidity where you're just dripping wet all day. It's me no likey.
Yeah, you open the garage door and your glasses would fog up, and you'd feel the sweat roll off you.
I'm just going to go ahead and wrap this blanket a little tighter around me.
Yeah, how cold is it? 69 degrees now?
It's still 70. It's a little colder in the house because I had to turn the air conditioner back on. I had it off all day, but my husband comes home tomorrow and he'll be pretty upset if the house is too warm.
Oh yeah, I'm a simple guy. I fight with my family as well. It's hot, you put the air. How difficult is this? It's warm, you put the other one that starts with an H. How difficult is this? But
Roger.
Yes, sir.
Just go to Home Depot, get your little cage, put it across the damn thermostat, set it to where you want, and lock it, and be done with it.
You know, I've thought about that, but you know, I'm the one that comes home at night. I don't know what's waiting for me, so I'm not prepared to risk it. But I do want to say that unfortunately, Nick did have to leave us. He just got a call. He just got called back into work. It was a bit of an emergency. So hopefully he's doing well, and he's going to handle the situation. So unfortunately, he's been on with us maybe 18 times, and I think this is his second call away. Darn. Yeah, he gets called away every now and then. But anyway.
So we just lost the Italian mob. He's got to go make a hit.
Well, the moment you mentioned Italian mob, did you see his phone go off? And they're like, they blew your cover. And they're like, make up an excuse and get out of there.
General, make sure your doors are locked.
Yeah.
Well, he's in Jersey. I'm down in Virginia.
Yeah, he's close. He's closer to you than anyone else, General.
He's gonna make you an offer you can't refuse.
What part of Virginia?
That was very good, Marlon Brando.
What part of Virginia?
Central Virginia.
Oh. Yeah, I used to live up near the Leesburg area.
No, that's out northwest of Richmond. Northeast.
Yeah.
Northeast.
Northeast of Richmond, right outside of DC.
No, thank you. That's too damn. That's where all the damn problems for this state are at.
Too close to the Beltway.
Yeah. Josh says, if it ain't humid, it ain't hot. I'm like, yeah, whatever, dude. Whatever.
It's kind of like the old phrase: "If it ain't raining, we ain't training."
Oh, that's yeah. As a matter of fact, I agree, Kevin. I hope everything is okay. But it's an emergency response type situation, so he just has to get to it. And it is a bummer because it's when he's always with us, you can tell because he's talking, whatever, and every now and then he'll get interrupted. and he'll do. His head will cock. He'll read it. And he's like, ugh. It's like, oh, we're gonna lose Nick. I knew we were gonna lose him.
I had a feeling too.
Yeah, but he definitely does good stuff. Hopefully he'll join us again. But going back to the Ghosts of Salem Village, and we were talking about, and Kevin, wonderful comments about some of the stuff of the Salem situation over there. If I may, I want to read what's on Amazon for this. Time does not heal all wounds. In some cases, the passing of time can drive a spirit mad. Especially in Salem, a place surrounded by darkness and stained with the blood of the Salem witch trials. The city is now the home of a tormented soul that cannot find peace and seeks revenge. Tatiana is the city's last hope in a battle between a vengeful entity and the living. Will she be able to stop the entity and put it to rest? Buckle up for a wild ride as you join Tatiana and her ghostly sidekick Nick in their second paranormal adventure. So this is the second one. The first one was
The Ghosts of Eden Hollow.
Yes. Okay. So I purchased that one as well. So I got 2 books for you tonight. So I'm like, but it's out of order. I don't know. We'll see.
It's out of order.
Well, I would have had to have purchased the Ghosts of Eden Hollow first, right?
Yeah.
But I went ahead and Salem Village.
But they're standalone, though, right? I mean,
they're standalone. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you can read, and that's
Or
the
is
way.
like that's
Sorry.
Or you got your stuff wrote like DA. That's I was gonna say DA writes his stuff like an octagon ping pong table.
But as we do know, I'm not sure if you know this, Scott, but now I remember the question I was going to ask you. DA, we refer to it as the DA verse. All of his books, if you didn't know it, they're all in the same universe. They're all connected. Yes. And I forgot my question, damn it. Okay. No, actually, I think I did ask it earlier. It's because when DA started the Ragnarok Rising, it was 3 books. People have already heard the story. It became 5. That's why I was asking you earlier if you had it mapped out, you had a rough idea on where you're going.
Well,
but you did, yeah.
Yeah, and the Tatiana books are all standalone. I mean, you could grab the 3rd or the 4th one when I write it, and it's almost like the Tom Clancy books. They're standalone, but if you read the first one, you understand the second one better. And
definitely.
Yeah. And I've got ideas for another 3 Tatiana books if they prove to be successful. An insane asylum, an old cruise ship, and an old battleground in Ukraine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. An old battleground. Okay.
Now we tell him now which World War is this from, Scott?
World War II.
1 or 2?
Oh, okay. Well, all right.
Well, you just gotta be specified because that ground's been fought over so much.
That's true. Yeah.
It was Eastern Front for World War I with the
Eastern Front
Tsar and all that, and then you had the Eastern Front from World War II.
Yeah, it would be World War II. In Ukraine, you could have several. You could have Kursk, and at the time, could have even have been Sevastopol. So who knows?
Well, I was thinking more dealing with
Stalingrad?
the massacre ground at Babi Yar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Babi Yar was where the SS Einsatzgruppen murdered over 30,000 Jewish civilians in the course of 3 days. It's the largest. It's the largest Einsatzgruppen massacre in recorded history.
I was not smiling at your comment.
I know.
I reacted. It's only because someone's ears were ringing. I mentioned our resident doctor, Aurelio Rico Lopez III. He really is in the Philippines, which is really cool. We do have audience members from around the world, but he is one of our more active members. So when we go live at 7, he's always with us. I'm like, well, once we get him, we'll be international. Sure enough.
It's got to be middle of the day there for him.
Yeah, because I think he says at 7 o'clock our time, or Pacific time, it's like 10 a.m. over there. I'm sure we could do the math or go on Google or something. But
Or you could just ask him what time it is there.
hey, Aurelio, what time is it over there? See, count the seconds. It's about 25 or 30 seconds. Elegant proof as to how long it takes. But DA, didn't we find out that he's written a few things as well?
Yes, he's actually a published author as well. We need to get him on the show.
Yeah, dude. I said last time we want you on, and you just went silent. So come on. So yes, it's 11:30 a.m. over there. So we've joked amongst ourselves, Scott, that he's probably in between procedures. He spends his time with us, and I'm like, oh wow. I'd like to believe that's the case, but it's all good.
Better in between than during the operations.
Oh, who knows? Maybe. DA comes up with practical solutions. It's directed at you there.
Well, thank you, man.
Yeah, that is cool. So, all right, folks, we're doing very well here. We're having a wonderful evening. As a matter of fact, we've already indirectly discussed a few of your books, but like I say, I've already purchased 2, so I definitely would like to invite you back and talk about those. But
all right.
That's not me ending. It's just I have the habit of doing the station break stuff, and that was a little bit of a station break. So on in the Nurse Alyssa series, this is on the Escape. This one was June 15th, 2020. This was your second book, was it not?
Of the Nurse Alyssa series, yes.
Yes. You mentioned earlier the first one is where it goes down. She's in the emergency room, and I guess she starts to collect herself. This is a journey on her to, I guess, try to control her universe.
From Boston, from the Boston area to a cabin that her and her ex-husband owned. Her ex-husband, she's not, but her ex-husband was a prepper. So he has a cabin up in northern New Hampshire that's got like a year's worth of food, weapons, ammunition. So, but she's not, she never was into it. So we're not talking here, we're talking here a tough woman, but we're not talking here Alice from Resident Evil. She's only used the gun a few times. She really doesn't, she knows first aid from being a nurse, but she's never been in a fight. She's never actually seen anybody die in combat. So, and it's a transitional story because the more it goes, the more badass she gets. And throughout the whole thing, I've got one character that my fans have told me, if I kill off that character, they're coming down here and lynching me. And that is Archer, her cat.
Oh, okay. Now that is very real, Scott, because famously, DA made use of a character. And apparently DA has said that one character brought him the most mail. And by the way, it was hate mail, right?
Yeah, I upset some people by telling off a character.
When we did the interview, I went after you on air for that
yes,
character.
You did.
Yeah. I wasn't nice about it either. I'm like, dude, what the hell?
There's a character in the Ragnarok Rising series named Gunny. That's not his. That's just what they call it. He was a retired gunnery sergeant. And he's in his 70s. He's an old man, but he's keeping up with everybody, fighting the zombies, just running and gunning with everybody. And it finally catches up to him. He doesn't get bit. It's just time finally catches up to him. And I did a show in Kansas City in 2016. And when I announced it on my media that I was going to be there, there was a guy from Tulsa, Oklahoma, who drove to Kansas City just to argue with me about the death of that character.
Fans fall in love with certain characters.
They do, and in this case, it's the cat. And they've already threatened you? I mean, what?
Yes. I've already been told if I kill the cat, they're going to come and lynch me. They're going to stop buying my books. They'll return my books.
Okay, there's a reason. If you can tell us why. You obviously put that cat in peril. Something happened.
Well, no, it's just that the cat...
I did nothing.
Well, no, I mean, just think of it. Just think of having to try to get out of a major city through a zombie apocalypse, bad roads,
with a damn cat carrier.
Carrying the cat carrier with you.
I just have
the cat probably wouldn't follow.
I have the sudden
No.
image of a cat in one of those baby Bjorns strapped to her chest. Cat looking around. Like, what the hell's going on?
And I'll tell you, the cat Archer in the book is based on my own cat Archer. They're both asshats.
Doug, tell Scott your opinion on the cats.
Oh, I'm not a cat fan. I don't want to upset too many people. I'm just not a fan of cats.
Have you really upset people?
Yeah, I've had people got me. You shouldn't say that about cats.
Mm.
Sorry, I just don't like cats.
It's just unfortunate. I grew up in a household that had several dogs that belonged to my sister, and unfortunately did not take care of them properly. And I just don't like the idea of dogs. I love dogs, but I've realized now I've become a cat person only because of an experience that I had about 10 years ago. I do believe, and I'm shortening this one, I did have a guardian angel. He did show up. He was an older boy. I had him for a year, and I wasn't a cat person. And I know he arrived in a major moment in my life that I needed to have that little soul, and it changed my whole outlook on them. And now, as I've told people, the cats, my family, they're followed by ghosts and stuff. But I guess I lucked out. I went to the seminary for 4 years, so I think I've got coverage. So, I've got a guardian angel or two that are on duty, but the cats, I don't have things happen here when the cats are around. It's really funny. And when they're gone, I know when the cats are gone. But anyway, Hadley has a question. What advice do you have for new writers? Scott.
It's going to sound stupid, but right. I mean, that's the only way you're going to become a writer. It's the only way you become a basketball player. You practice. The only way you become good at bowling, gymnastics, a language. You just got to start and you got to do it. Yes, the first thing you write will probably be crap. You'll probably look at it and go, what the hell am I doing? I do. I've got 2 books hidden away in a file somewhere that's, my wife has orders to destroy if I die, so nobody ever sees them. They're that bad. But you're right. You write every day, whether you write 100 words, whether you write 1,000 or 10,000. And eventually you'll publish. And the minute you become published, you become you're a writer, even if you're writing 100 words a day. If you publish, you're a published writer. And you've done something that only a handful of people have ever done. And you'll get better with the craft in time. I knew people, and I was in a writer's group that had notebooks. No, I'll get the hang of this. Notebooks filled with character development, world building, and that. Biographies of each character. And in 3 years, they never put a single word to paper. So just get out there and just write and have fun with it. Don't write for market. If you write for market, you'll be miserable. Write what you want.
As a matter of fact,
it was Dorothy Parker who said writing is the art of applying one's ass to one's chair.
Yep.
That's funny.
And don't write with the TV or the internet. Don't call up the internet. And another trick, and I found a lot of writers don't do this. If you're writing and you're like, and he picked up his weapon. Ooh, what type of gun? Don't research it. Just put in a couple of X's, continue writing, and then go back later and fill in the research.
Would you say
rabbit trailed?
What would you? Is that? Well, my next question is: what is one of the hardest lessons that you've learned writing? Was that possibly it? Maybe doing too much detail? Because I was told many years ago that if I'm gonna, I haven't written a book, but say a memo or a project, do it, write it, fix it later. Most people that don't get stuff done are the ones that you write your first sentence and then you format it. You put it, make it look right, and then you move on to the next one. Those are the people that will never actually get it done, right?
Yeah. Yeah, when I write, I use the same words over and over. I'm not going to sit there and what's another word for run? What's another word for headshot? I just write it. I get into the zone. I'll write 2,000 or 3,000 words. And then when I'm done with it, I send it out to the beta readers. I let it sit for 2 or 3 weeks. And then I go back and do all the edits. Again, and especially when you get in the zone, don't Don't pick up your cell phone, unless it's an emergency call. Don't stop to go on the internet. Just write. There's nothing better than like looking down at the end of 4 hours and thinking, oh my God, I got 3,300 words.
When's your best time to write? Because DA, he's a night owl. He writes at night, and it's the best time. For you, Scott, what is it?
I used to write at night. Like, my family was all in bed by 10, so I do a lot of my writing from 10 to 2. But now that I've switched, I go outside. So I usually write my best hours of between like 11 and 3 or 11 and 4. And that's because I just developed the habit of having the cigar and having the ice cream. My wife won't let me smoke in the house. Mean woman. Isn't this now like come into the house and she looks at me and you see that?
Kevin says his guardian angel has to work major overtime. A lot of miracles we're seeing. Yes, go ahead, General.
Did Kevin say where he was at? I saw him say something about Appalachia. I'm just wondering how close he is to me.
He is smack dab in the middle of the Appalachian Mountains. That's a long mountain chain.
Yeah.
Well, on the East Coast.
Well, are we talking Smoky Mountains? Are we talking Blue Ridge? Clinch Mountains? There's a lot of different variants to that statement. That's why I was trying to ask, see if he narrowed it down. See if he's still on.
Yeah, I think he is.
While doing some research on the Appalachian Mountains for a book I was working on, I discovered something that I thought was really interesting. There's a lot of folklore in and around the Appalachian Mountains, but prior to continental drift, before North America separated from Europe, the Appalachians were part of the same mountain chain that runs through Ireland and Scotland.
Oh, yeah, it sounds familiar. There is a connection. Being the wannabe geologist that I am, yeah, there is something about that. It is just amazing how Mother Nature does what she does.
But it does explain a lot of the similarities in folklore, that and a lot of people that immigrated from Scotland and Ireland wound up in the Appalachians. Because it was very familiar to them.
Okay, that's interesting. Didn't know that. All right, well, I've been monopolizing. General, any questions? Okay. I know it's late for you, but Scott's also... Dude, he's the same time zone, buddy.
Yeah, but remember, I'm up to 3 or 4 in the morning, so...
Oh, that's true. Okay, fair enough. Neoma, do you have any questions?
I pretty much covered them with the Salem questions.
All right, DA, anything?
Right.
Oh no, stop at the sorries. We're here already. Stop the sorry. DA?
No, sir. I'm good.
Okay, fair enough. Scott, you mind if we switch up a little bit, go back to Tom Clancy?
Sure.
Oh, I've got one for Scott.
Too late. Anyway, so Scott, just kidding. Go ahead. Go ahead, General.
Well, you said you've written several anthologies, right?
Yes.
Just so happens, DA has 4 Eastern teams we haven't done anything with.
We talk about the Codename Wild Hunt books.
Oh,
yeah.
Breaking the teams are broken down into zones. There's an East Coast zone, Midwest zone, West Coast zone, and then Alaska is a zone unto itself.
Which pantheons are represented where?
On the East Coast, it's Celtic. On the west, in the Midwest, it's Norse. In the West Coast, it is Greek and Greek/Roman, and in Alaska, it's Native American.
It's interesting that you did Celtic. Most people don't even realize there's a Celtic mythology.
Well, my family are all Celts, so we're all Northern Scots mostly.
On my mom's side, they're all Scotch-Irish. So genetically Scotch, location-wise Irish, I guess. But,
sorry about that. As a matter of fact, there's a question. Hadley has another question for you there, Scott.
Before I answer Hadley's question, we were talking about anthologies. There's a new anthology Actually, it's not an anthology. It's one of those round robin novels where 5 or 6 of us collaborated. It's called The Collector. It's available on Amazon, and it's about this. This imp, this soul collector, that shows up in the town of Haddonfield, Illinois, in 1957, and releases total and utter chaos. I recommend it because I knew these people for a while, but as we started writing each chapter and the next person would add on to it, there are depths of depravity in that group of people I have never even known existed before. It is a sick, twisted, fun book to read. So if you're looking for something different, there's myself, 5 or 6 other authors doing it. The Collector. So, and in answer to Hadley's question, not that I know of. I don't think I have had any relatives associated with the Salem history. To be honest, I haven't gone back in my ancestry. I'm afraid if I go back into the family tree, I'll find out they were the nuts of the family. So,
yeah, well, I think that applies to all of us.
yeah. My father kept on telling me he was related to King Bruce of Scotland. It's like, yeah, right. Yeah, and I've got 3 friends who were related to George Washington. I don't think so.
Pretty good.
Abraham Lincoln's grandmother was my great grandmother. Great grandmother. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My wife is kind of proud because one of her great relatives shot the great relative of Jimmy Carter in a land dispute out west.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a serious claim to fame. I had heard that one before. Kevin Moorhead says, we got some crazy stuff here. I was showing Nick images from Google Street of 2007, and we found one standing in the field, standing across from his house. Oh, so he's talking about some of the images, wow, of the dogman. Says, I've had 2 encounters with them, and I'm trying to figure out if the one I see in the window was a dream or real. See, everyone around me has seen something. I have not. Well, I guess same thing for you, Scott. I haven't seen anything. But people in my family have, both paranormal and cryptid. Or I guess it's one of the same, right?
Kevin, shoot me a message sometime when we're off the air. I'd love to pick your brain and hear your stories. And
Kevin, if you want to live, come on aboard. You guys know what to do. Josh said as a comment, or wrote as a comment, so to get started on writing, I need 1, drink black coffee, and 2, put my ass in the chair and start writing. Check.
Yep.
Yeah.
You could probably take black coffee out of there and just put anything in you want.
Well, not whiskey. That kind of.
Yeah.
Of course, you might get some really
stories.
good stuff written.
Yeah.
Stephen King apparently wrote it while racked up on cocaine. So.
Wow. Okay. Hey, whatever works, right, Scott?
Well, Marie, we also deal with paranormal, so if you'd like to come on and tell your story, you're welcome to. The Nightmare Hunter is about anything that goes bump in the night.
Yeah,
nice.
we take all comers, no doubt about it. But actually, we did have an author, did we not? That was in the Oregon area.
Mm-hmm.
Her stories were, not stories. What happened to her? They were frightening. Yeah, it wasn't good. And she left the house, and everything was great.
It was
We have some interesting
Sarah,
paranormal
with the
stories that
cookbooks.
have happened to me.
Yeah.
I believe, but I've never experienced. Now, my wife and daughter are very attuned to the paranormal. My wife and I are World War II history buffs, and one year we went to Germany, and we traveled around, and we went to one of the concentration camps, Treblinka. And when my wife reached the location where the gas chamber was, she stopped breathing. She all of a sudden felt she couldn't breathe. She felt all the same. She had to run to the other side of the place. She feels this stuff. She says our house is haunted. My cats sit down here at night, like staring into the corner. I'm looking like,
oh, so they do, huh?
They do, and I'm like, please let it be a cockroach. Please let it be a cockroach. Now, I don't know if they're seeing something or they're just screwing with me, but hey, watch Daddy go nuts.
I lived in a haunted house for about 13 years.
Oh.
I would love to experience. Honestly, I would, but I'm not attuned to it.
I've told a few of my stories, but one of them, and I just don't want to repeat it. I'm just going to paraphrase it, or just quickly. My brother and I, he came over to visit me late at night. I was home for the weekend, and we were watching Aliens, no less, in our room. And the Marines were getting butchered in Aliens, and someone walked by, and it was crazy. And I looked out. You know, the eyes attracted the movement. Looked down, I was like, okay, I was thinking of something. I'm only watching Aliens. You know, I thought it was a xenomorph. And then my brother, who was on my bed, instead of looking at the TV, he saw it too. My brother, who's 8 years older, I was still in high school, does this. Yeah, you go. And I'm like, okay. And I checked the other room. It was dark. I turned the light on. Nothing. Bathroom. Knock. Nothing. I went around the corner. My grandmother. I could barely hear a slight snore. I run back into the room. I'm like, dude, Grandma's asleep. And we both described an older gentleman, slender, probably somewhere in his 50s. And we were able to, we even could describe the type of shirt that he had. That was crazy. And that's one of the serious ones that I've had. But it was just the dude was walking by. You know, maybe he was pissed.
I have a story. There's a gentleman at the CIA who retired and came back, and what he does is he gives leadership tours to government officials by taking them to Gettysburg, the battlefield. And we discuss, how General, Robert E. Lee and Pickett's Charge and Chamberlain and Little Round Top. And this guy was no nonsense, very serious, wasn't a joker. He told the story that in the late 80s, after Gorbachev, when the Cold War was slowing down, a Soviet military delegation in the States wanted to go visit Gettysburg. So they made the arrangements. They closed the park down. They made sure everybody was gone. Nobody got in. And they brought him in. They brought the delegation in on a bus early one morning, drove them through. And when they left, as they were leaving, one of the delegates said, "That was awesome. And thank you for setting up that military exhibition for us with those Confederate soldiers. It was so realistic." There was nobody in the park that day.
I knew where you were going with it. As like, my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow. I want to welcome aboard Josh from All Tower Media. Josh, thank you for joining us. You're driving, aren't you?
Yeah, I thought I would jump on and talk with you guys. I got a long drive, so.
Where are you at right now, young man?
Just north of Dayton.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I know where that is. So, you got any questions right now, or you're just going to be part of it?
No, I heard Scott say something. You said your wife was. Did you say your wife was sensitive to stuff?
Very sensitive, yes.
I've noticed that when I used to do paranormal hunting, I'd like to get back into it. I found that I was typically very sensitive to stuff as well. I would always. I never called them psychic feelings, but I would get like physical reactions to different areas. I did some hunting at an old logging camp that got turned into a YMCA summer camp, and certain areas that we knew were tragic areas, I would get nauseous until we walked away, and I'd feel fine.
Yeah, my wife has similar experience.
Talking about heavy equipment, Josh?
It was like an old, like 20s logging camp, like an old logging camp.
Well, that's what I know, but I'm talking about where they were running the saws and stuff like that, where heavy equipment was at, where somebody could have got maimed or killed.
Some of it was heavy equipment, and then there was, we don't know how true it is, but supposedly, because it was very remote, they had women that would establish like cabins for, hooking up, comfort, because it was really far from town. Apparently, one of them had been tragically murdered up there by several of the workers. But then there was a lot of heavy equipment deaths as well. But yeah, there were certain areas where we knew certain things did happen for sure that I would have pretty violent reactions, and then we would walk away, and it was like it never happened. I'd be completely fine.
I'm going to be a jerk and say, because I did get in trouble, there was a co-host that we had, and I think he said his wife is a medium. Is that what you would say your wife is, Scott? Because they're
No.
in tune with that stuff? Oh,
No.
so she's not a medium.
No,
Hadley, thank you for joining us. Have a great night.
Oh, see you, Hadley. Sorry. No, my wife can't talk to them. She senses them.
That's different then.
Another example, we were at the Bendler Blockstrasse in Berlin, which is where Klaus von Stauffenberg and them did the July 20th plot. And while we were visiting the memorial site, something kept on trying to bring her from the memorial to the center of the courtyard where the conspirators were executed. She doesn't know who. No, she thinks it was one of the 5 or 6 that were executed that night. But she can't talk to them. She doesn't know who they are. She just experiences them and their feelings.
Wow. That's crazy. Yeah. We're actually getting quite a few comments right now, both from Marie and from Kevin, which is really good stuff. You guys need to join us on air.
Definitely.
Yeah, you guys got to tell some stories. But I do want to take a quick moment. We're nearing the 2-hour mark, and we're up to 18 likes now. Robert Miller, Aurelio Rico Lopez III, Todd Hunter, and Tim Grains. I don't have a drink, but we salute you and everyone else that has given us a like to this evening. Thank you.
I raise my monster to you.
Okay, so what are you drinking, though?
Yeah.
Stupid. You should know this already.
Roger.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Roger, if you want to have that experience.
I said, I'm sorry, and Siri lit up. You nosy wench. Sorry,
hey,
I didn't quite catch that.
I was going to say, if you want that experience, take that Versa tractor and go up there into the remote parts of Big Bear and go camping.
Okay, Scott, I made the mistake. My daughter and I are the only drivers in the house, my youngest and I. I have a Nissan Versa, and being that my daughter was starting to drive, we purchased a 1988 Nissan Maxima, which was in great condition for its age, and she sucked it up. We needed another driver in the family, and she really delivered. Didn't say a word. She loved that car, and we had a chance to purchase a Nissan Maxima, a newer model, so we got her that car. And I am always whining over the fact that the Nissan Maxima, that's a high-performance vehicle.
Yeah.
My little 24-year-old's driving it. The 52-year-old is driving the Nissan Versa. Gutless. So I went to Big Bear, and I was whining. And practical. Yeah, okay. Actually, my worry is it's a big car. If the worst case happens, she has a better chance in the Maxima than in mine. I'm not saying it is. It's just a dad in me. So every parent knows. So anyway, I was whining over the fact that I took my Nissan Versa up to Big Bear, and there was a video of me being in the Versa, and I'm whining and whining and whining. So now everyone lets me have it about the Nissan Versa is a Bigfoot attractor. So they're saying, dude, just go, take it. You'll find them. Like, no, I don't want to play. But that's why everyone mentions the Nissan Versa. So Neoma says she'll be back in a moment. So good stuff. I think she's going to get a refill right now. But all right. A lot of good stories in the chat room. As I mentioned, we're up to 18 likes. We're approaching the 2 hours, and we are going and blowing on this wonderful evening. For some people, it's about to be Tuesday. So we thank you. We sorry. Yeah, she didn't get involved. Siri. She's nosy, man.
Is she sharing your internet yet on that Amazon Sidewalk?
No, what is that?
That's a new program that they put out. A lot of their devices will automatically share your internet without your consent unless you turn it off.
Oh, but this is on the Apple. Is that the same thing? It's my iPhone.
Oh, Siri. Sorry, I thought you said Alexa for some reason.
Yeah, there's a password on my Wi-Fi for a reason. They ain't sharing my internet.
Password or not, if they're connected to it, they can share it.
I don't have an Alexa or anything like that. So,
but my daughter, she's on her way home, so she may have purchased stuff. So it may be showtime. We have a bit of tradition, Scott, that my daughter will get here from work, and she always has new stuff. She's a big Legend of Zelda fan, and she always has a lot of neat stuff. But it's showtime, so she's now let me know she's on her way home, which is kind of cool.
She always has cool shit from GameStop and stuff. I geek
She
out
does,
over it.
man. She really does. I gotta admit, that little baller, she does well. But she's the one driving the Maxima. So when I drive up to Big Bear, I don't know if you're familiar with Southern California. It's only about an hour and a half away from here, and it's up in the mountains, and it's a nice retreat. But it's gutless, Scott. I have the smallest car in the Nissan fleet.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why I'm always whining about it. So they say, "Hey, take your Sasquatch mobile and go hunting." Oh yeah, sure. Yeah,
All
I'm
right,
gonna take the Nissan person.
Scott, here's another question for you. You touched on firearms, so what about sharp and pointy things?
I'm sorry. What? I didn't catch the whole question.
You mentioned your
I said-
firearms, but how about the sharp, pointy things?
Let's see.
Sorry
I've got
about
my old man's machete, which is a little rusty, which is good because that'll still cuts well, but if it's human, then they're going to suffer. I've got a hunting knife. I don't remember which one in my drawer, and I've got a 3-foot crowbar sitting in the garage. That's good for taking off a zombie's head.
Yeah, and you also mentioned you have a crowbar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or that's what you would have.
Crowbar is the most underrated universal tool and weapon known to man.
I would agree.
Yes.
Not only in real life, but also Dungeons and Dragons. Just put that out there.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's good.
Should-
All right.
should
It's
I-
now officially Tuesday here.
Yes,
Yep.
it is.
Tuesday.
Yeah, for you three down there, for you, Josh,
Yep.
General Dalton, and Scott. So, all right, fair enough. I'm going to redirect it, as I was mentioning, for the novels that you've read for Tom Clancy, Scott. Which is the one that really you enjoyed the most? Because if I remember the series, you have The Hunt for Red October, and then, remember, he did Red Storm Rising, which is, oh my goodness.
Great book.
Yes.
And then, of course, it was Patriot Games. And then right after that, it was Cardinal of the Kremlin.
Another great book.
And we had Sum of All Fears. That's about 5.
Yeah.
And then after the Sum of All Fears, okay, that's...
Clear and Present Danger.
Mm-hmm. Rainbow Six
Oh,
is in there
no, I
somewhere.
apologize. Right after Cardinal of the Kremlin was Clear and Present Danger.
Oh.
Then Sum of All Fears.
Yes, yeah.
Yes. And then I believe that's where we have Debt of Honor.
I think after that, yes.
Yeah, and I think you said that's about where you bought it. But anyway, what's the one that sticks out the most for you? What was your favorite at the time?
I started the series with Red Storm Rising.
Oh, yeah.
It looked good, and that was one of those books I stayed up till like sunrise every morning reading it. Then I was completely wasted in college. Thankfully, I then went to Hunt for Red October. And that book was I thought that book was brilliant, as was Cardinal of the Kremlin. He did espionage very well. Hated Patriot Games. That book, if that had been the first book I'd read, I never would have read another Clancy novel. Clear and Present was good. Sum of All Fears was good. And then after that, it started to go downhill. Like, I got so mad. He wrote a book with Steve. I can't remember.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Piersnick or something? Oh,
Piersnick or something. Ops Center. I was stationed in Seoul.
Oh, yeah.
When the first book came out, and it took place in Seoul. And I was so excited. And the guy didn't even look at a map. He had everything out of place. It would be like putting the Washington Monument, down at Arlington National Cemetery. And the White House was, off on the Potomac. It was just so bad, I could barely make it through.
Yeah, I remember Ops Center. They had a made-for-TV movie on that one, I think.
Yeah, they did.
And I didn't bother with that one, but I saw it all the way through. I know that after Debt of Honor, you had Executive Orders, and then I believe you had The Bear and the Dragon, and there might have been another one. I just don't remember, but I think it was about that time. And then Rainbow Six showed up,
Rainbow Six is awesome.
and that is, yeah, I was 40, 50 pages in, and I think that's where I. So, but there was another one. There was Without Remorse. Did you read that one? The one of the John Kelly, his origination story.
No.
That one was not bad, but here we go.
I just sent you the list in order.
Yeah, the publication dates. This is really good. But once Junior came into it, yeah. Okay, here we go. Executive orders. Oh, then it was Rainbow Six, the one that I mentioned. And then the Bear and the Dragon. Yeah, that was a big deal. And then you had Red Rabbit. That one was where Ryan went back, and it had to do with the Pope. I remember that. Then you had the Teeth of the Tiger, and I believe that was it. That's where I stopped. Teeth of the Tiger. I had read everything from The Hunt for Red October all the way through the Teeth of the Tiger, except for Rainbow Six.
I read a couple after Clancy stopped writing them, and I just didn't like them. Just never went back.
Yeah, I agree. So, Clear and Present Danger didn't do it for you, huh?
No, Clear and Present Danger was good. It was Patriot Games.
Okay, yeah.
When he was hanging around with Princess Diana and Prince Charles, and they were buddies. It's like, yeah, right.
Yeah, that's one where I actually thought the movie was better than the book.
Yeah, because it was
the one
short.
with Harrison Ford. Yeah, it was like right at about 2 hours. It was an entertaining movie. But okay, fair enough. I'm not sure if I have a favorite, but yeah, Red Storm Rising is. It's. How many times have you read Red Storm Rising?
Just once.
Really?
Well, see, when I read a book, if I know the ending, I don't want to read it again. I'll go and grab another book. Because what I always do is I like pretend I'm the main character and see if I make it.
Huh. Okay.
You know, gee, would I have done that? Yeah, probably.
Hey, by the way, that reminds me. Did you read those books? Choose Your Own Adventure series?
I read a bunch of those as a young kid.
I've not done any of those.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. Yes. I remember The Third Planet from Altair back in the 1970s. It was written by, if I'm not mistaken, it was Edward Packard, the creator of that series. And wow, it was fun. The point of it is they give you a basis of whatever your mission, the story, whatever, and you read along for about, 4 or 5 pages, and then you come to a fork in the road. You're given a choice. Sometimes it could be, how do you answer the question, or what do you do? And sometimes they're more complex, but they're really, really cool. DA, could you take over for a moment, please?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, what's up? What's going on?
Probably ought to mute. Oh, he did it. Okay. Getting some good comments. Marie said, before COVID, the Oregon Science Museum, we had the submarine that they used for filming The Hunt for Red October. During Halloween, they would have a sleepover you could pay for called Boo Nights. That would be pretty cool. That would also be a great place to just tour. I mean, to be able to tour one of the submarine sets would be pretty awesome. Have you had the opportunity to tour any of the nuclear subs, Scott?
Me?
Yes.
Not any of the. I didn't do a lot of work with the Navy, but I did. I spent about 6 years studying and working with nuclear weapons. I had a Q clearance. And one of the most awesome things I ever did was we went out to a facility. I don't want to mention names, but you could probably find it easy on the internet, where they were storing nuclear weapons, nuclear warheads that were going to be eventually dismantled. And I was standing in a room with several thousand nuclear warheads. It was just like, oh, this is awesome.
Yeah, that would be a pretty cool experience. Not many people get a chance to say they've done that.
The other one that ranked up there was we were at a facility right after 9/11 where they moved all of the high-level biological germs. I mean, the stuff like Ebola and all that. And they moved it to a secure facility because I also dabbled with biochem weapons. And we got to stand outside a locked room and look through the window at everything. That room could have wiped out mankind in a couple of weeks.
Was that at U.S. Amrid?
I don't remember if it was at Amrid or not. That was well over 10 years ago. That was about 15 years ago. But it wasn't where they were originally stored. They moved them because they were afraid if somebody got the idea of crashing a plane into their facility, then they'd be let out in the U.S. populace.
I guess we're having some internet or connection issues. Keep losing folks.
Mine was an audio issue. My Bluetooth decided to no longer communicate with my phone for a minute.
Well, that's no bueno.
Apparently it decided to stop being stupid.
Apparently my internet just quits being reliable after 11 p.m. Central Time.
I figure most people are asleep.
Yeah.
They forget about us night owls.
Well, that's the best because, by this time of night, everybody in the whole house, the landlord, the landlady, my wife, my mother-in-law, my daughter are all asleep. It's like I own the internet.
Scott, considering your background, have you ever considered doing something like a Clancy novel? A techno-thriller intrigue novel?
I did one, and I'm putting it out. I'm putting it out under an assumed name. Ian Lansing. I mean, it's like, that's the coolest spy name I can think of. I'm putting it out on Vella at the end of July.
Okay.
It's based a lot on stuff I know. DAPA, the Defense Research, and I can't remember the
Defense Advanced Research. I used to know DARPA.
Yeah. But, that one, they've been doing work. They've been doing work on transhumanism, which is making them organs impervious to bullet wounds, things like that, sharpening the mind. So I wrote this book, and it deals with transhumanism, assassinations, radiological weapons, horrid biological weapons, hydrogen bombs. Wrote this all out, talked to experts, sent it in because you have to have anything like that reviewed. The agency had one complaint with it. I couldn't use the word Delta Force. That was classified.
Even now?
I'm like, said to them, did you ever watch a Chuck Norris movie? Oh, you can't use it. Well, in their defense, because if
call
they
them Project Delta, then that's what they are.
If I use Delta Force, they have to send it over to the Pentagon to be reviewed. And if it goes over to the Exactly. If it goes over to the Pentagon to be reviewed, my great-great-granddaughter might be able to publish it. So I changed it to the official name, and then they approved it. But I'm thinking to myself, I just told everybody how to build a radiological bomb, and you don't care.
Yeah. But they trip you up on Delta Force.
Delta Force, yeah.
I mean, if they don't get it from you, they could just Google it, I guess.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, but don't tell that to the security services.
I looked it up, and DARPA stands for Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency.
That's it.
Oh, yeah. By the way,
did you know it was founded by Eisenhower?
Yeah.
I did not know that. I didn't know DARPA had been around that long.
I think DARPA was the DARPA personnel that created the internet.
Shit.
It wasn't Al Gore? Oh, come on,
No,
Scott.
it wasn't Al Gore.
No. Now you're going to tell me the moon landing was fake.
It was.
Scott, the other night you mentioned something about
Wait a minute. I just excuse me for a minute. My cousin is one of those conspiracy nuts, and he is convinced that the moon landing didn't take place. But he's also convinced that I know more about aliens than I'm talking about. So we were at a Christmas party once, and him and his buddy are talking about how we couldn't get to the moon, we didn't have the technology, all that. So I pretended to get mad at him. And I said, you have no idea what you're talking about. We got to the moon because it was part of the deal. We gave them asylum. They gave us the technology. That's why we did it. And the Russians and the Chinese and the Japanese, no one else could do it. And I walked out of the room. His wife comes in a minute later and calls me. She's just such an asshole. That's all they're talking about.
That's hilarious.
That argument is the exact same argument for it that we didn't have the technology to fake that footage at the time. It would have taken so much more power and lighting and camera trickery that they didn't do then. But that's just my point of view on that.
Whoa, wait a minute. So you're telling me, Josh, you believe that we did not get to the moon?
No, I believe we did.
Oh, okay.
Because faking it would have been harder to do it at that time period than actually getting to the moon.
Do you know what is my honest, straight up bit of proof? The Russians themselves. Because if anyone could have called us out on it, if anyone could have proven that we had not, they would have been screaming. And I think it was on page 4 or page 6 of Pravda. Congratulations to the Americans. They would, it was an incredible deal. And even they admitted it, but they wouldn't,
They would have had a picture of Neil Armstrong in the green room eating his bowl of M&Ms or something, waiting to go on set.
Yeah. I asked for forgiveness. My daughter is here. She's the one. She reprimanded me. As you know, I received a text and said, "Oh, she's on her way home." And then she calls me. I'm like, "Yeah, what's going on? You get my text?" "Yeah, I did." "Why'd you get my other text?" "Yeah, what? I'm here." "Oh, damn, I'm blocking the parking." That's why I had to run out. I'm so sorry.
No worries,
But she's here. Look at it. Check it out. There it is. A little Zelda fan. There she has her backpack.
Zelda is the best.
This is really cool. She scored over the last few days. So I want to get this one out of the way. It's a little bit of tradition. What is the other item? Oh, look, the Star Wars one. I had a little bit of a hand in this one. This one looked good. This is a T-shirt.
Nice.
This is the, that's the X-Wing. And finally, this probably is a score of scores. Are you a Star Wars fan, Scott?
I'm more of a Star Trek fan.
Yeah. Oh, hey.
Hey.
No way, communicator.
Oh, my goodness.
We might need more crew members.
Yeah, I don't have my communicator. But look, guys, look at what she found.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, the Mandalorian. This is sweet.
We
Speaking
need to try
of the
to get
Mandalorian, AR-500 makes a
My daughter was wearing it. She was wearing it, my little mini me. Oh, my goodness. So she gave it to me right now. Thank you, sweetheart. I'm showing the colors, so forgive me.
We need to have her on a State of the Nerd, I think.
You're being invited to State of the Nerd. She's overqualified.
Years ago, after the Hubble telescope came out, there's a place in Northern Virginia, Wolf Trap, and it's a big outdoor festival. They had all these screens set up, and they were going to show images of from the Hubble playing to, and I'm probably going to make myself look like an idiot. I think it was Vivaldi's The Planets. I might have the composer wrong. And to begin with, Leonard Nimoy was going to come out and do a reading. And he came out on the stage. Everybody went quiet. And he walks up so professional, sits on the stool, opens up the book, and he looks at everybody, and he did that. And 10,000 people went berserk.
Oh, heck yeah, I believe that.
Yeah.
That is a cool story. I never had the chance to meet any of the original. No, I take it back. Actually, I've met some of the Walter Koenig. Oh my goodness, a few of the others, but I never met the three big ones: Kirk, Spock, and McCoy.
Walter and Scott are real big into the fan movies, aren't they? Like acting wise, they're in several of the fan films, aren't they?
Yes, Walter Koenig is in 2 of them. And George Takei.
George did some too?
Actually, as a matter of fact, I think we talked about this in another episode. Sorry for getting way off track. George Takei was actually one of the first ones ever to be in a fan film in the early 70s.
Interesting.
Really?
This was a big deal when there was a lot of writing in the 70s after Star Trek went off air. And it is something where I don't know where the video is. I'm sure if you look for it, it's not that difficult. George Takei was in one of the first ones back in the 70s. That's crazy. And it was a fan film project, which is really cool.
The actor, I forget his name, the played Tuvok also has done a few, I think, with Walter. They were in Renegades, weren't they?
Yes, Tim Russ.
That's right.
Well,
yeah, anyway, I'm not going to comment on Tim Russ.
Yeah.
General?
I said I'm gonna sign off for the evening.
Thank you, General. Peace and long life. Thank you for joining us. And
See you
Good
later,
meeting you,
Josh.
Scott. I'll have to
Good
pick up
meeting
your
you too.
books.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
It was a yeah. I'm sorry. It was a bit of disappointment meeting, or Tim Russ was so difficult
Really?
to get on a program, and he just never wanted to commit. And it was just I get it. You don't have to, but it's it. John Billingsley, oh my goodness, he's been on our program 3 times.
He's
Ralphie?
awesome.
He's a lot of fun. Yeah, he was on Blog Talk Radio when we did it, and I'm
Ralphie?
hoping the doctor from Enterprise,
I don't remember.
Fox.
Dr. Phlox from Enterprise. Yes,
He was also in
yeah.
an episode of.
he was in 24. He was in 2012. He's the working man of Hollywood. He's in so many things. He was in the Vampire Show on HBO. There was a lot of stuff, but he is a friend of this program. He's been on 3 times, and we're looking to have him on very soon. But anyway, the minute you mentioned Tim Russ, I was just like, just say no, dude. Just say no, okay? We will say that we were blown off by Buzz Aldrin. He asked for our numbers, and we told him what they were, and he says, "Yeah, I don't think there's a size for that small."
At least he didn't belt you.
Well, sir, I do believe they arrived. I do believe, but
Too bad you couldn't get Frakes.
Actually, we did twice.
You
Really?
did?
Yeah, Nichelle Nichols, Jonathan Frakes.
Awesome.
Guys, blogtalkradio.com/NDB Media. Check all the names. And on our Facebook page, I'm sorry for throwing down names, but yeah, Commander Riker, he's been on. He's actually very friendly, but I can't remember their real names now. Denise Crosby, who played Lieutenant Yar.
Oh, she's cool as hell.
Oh, yeah, she was. And quite a few others. We've been fortunate. We've been on air for 13 years, man.
Did I tell you how I met Jonathan?
No.
I was at a convention in Tennessee a couple of years ago. I went to go meet Matt Mercer. He's a voice actor and D&D player. But he was down there, and Jonathan was he goes to so many damn conventions. Ian McDermott, a bunch of people were down there. But anyways, me and my daughter were hustling through to go meet Matt, and I got knocked the hell over by some big-ass dude, and I started to get up all angry. And Jonathan Frakes turns around and goes, "I am so sorry. I am so sorry." I'm like, "I'm in a hurry. I'm late. I got to line out the door. I got to go." And I'm like, "No problem. Number one, get your ass moving. You got to go." He was so polite about it too. Like I could imagine a lot of actors that just kind of wave you off. Like I only meet celebrities by getting shoulder checked. I got shoulder checked by Pauly Shore too, and he basically just looked at me and gave me that kind of half-hearted apology wave and kept going. And I'm like, "Jack you up, weasel."
Scott, have you ever had a chance to meet one of your heroes or someone, throw some names down? Yeah, you were CIA. You met a lot of people.
Well, no. Actually, I met more people at the conventions in Florida. I got to meet George Romero, got to meet the original guy.
Really? George
Romero.
Yeah,
George Romero. Unfortunately, the last time I saw him was near the end. And he was very weak. But the first time I met Romero was at a convention in Maryland. And the guy was the sweetest. He had a line going out the door. And the convention runners were like, "Okay, move it along. And he turned to the guy and he said, "They're here to see me. Because of me, you're making money. I'm going to spend as long as I want talking to the fans."
That's
and
awesome.
He went about 2.5 hours over his time limit, talking to fans, joking with them. He was awesome. One of the events, I cannot think of the actor's name. He played T-Dog in The Walking Dead.
Oh, yeah. I forget his name, too. I know who you're talking about, though.
I had met him at a convention early in October. And down in I can't even think of the name of it. There was where they filmed the original Day of the Dead. We were at a convention there, and we spent one night. We were talking. We had drinks. We were chatting with others. A month later, he was at Spooky Empire, and I went down to visit my wife, my girlfriend at the time, Allison, and she liked him. She wanted to stand in line. We're standing in line, and when we get to the front of the line, he looks up and he goes, because he'd seen me 4 weeks ago, Scott, it's great to see you. And he comes around the table and gives me a big hug. And my wife is like, so then we shook hands, and then he looks at her and goes, you must be Allison. All he did was talk about you down at the other convention. I was in like Flint for the next week. But I've really never met, I haven't personally met one who's bad. I mean, some people I met that I would like show was Jeffrey Combs. Sweet guy. Really nice, really low key. Just trying to think of some of the other ones I met that I really enjoyed. Oh, my fan crush. I met Marta Kirsten once, Judy from Lost in Space. Yes. I had a huge crush on her when I was a kid. That was like the only time I've ever fanboyed. But I mean, they're normal people like the rest of us. You know?
Yes.
Yeah. The only other. Oh, go ahead.
No, they just make more money.
Right. I was gonna say the only other one I met, and it reminded me of you saying they're like us, was George Carlin. I had a beer with him at a bar next to a convention center where he was going to do a show, but he came down in like a trench coat and a hat to try to hide, but there was nobody down there but me. Didn't know it was him until the bartender said, have a good show tonight, Mr. Carlin. We just sat and bullshitted like two regular guys, and only afterwards I was like, oh, shit. I just had a beer with George Carlin.
And one group that I've found, and I'm not saying this because, you know, I'm one of them, is writers. If you corner a writer at a convention, they'll chat with you for hours. Most of them will. I think DA fell asleep.
No, actually, he's looking down at a message that got sent to him. You know, with many of the Hollywood types, we've been fortunate. We've interviewed many, and the experiences, they're so giving, because the reality is they're giving their time to be. Well, Scott, you yourself. You are giving your time to us. And yes, your readers are here as well, and we're fans of you as well. But, sir, you're 2 hours and 27 minutes in, man. You're giving your time to us today. And we are eternally grateful, man.
Well, I appreciate you having me on, but I look at it this way. My fans are only going to read my books if, A, my books still remain good, which is why I never Tom Clancy them and give them to someone else. Here, write this, and I'll put my name on it. And
that's good.
He's dead. What can he do to me? And as long as I'm decent, you know, I mean, I've seen people who've loved certain actors or actresses or writers, and then they met them and they're assholes. And boom, all of a sudden that all dropped. One of the greatest people I met was Matt Smith, Doctor Who.
Oh.
My daughter loved him. Oh, she was like 14. She had a crush on him. And we went to New Orleans to see him at a science fiction convention. And I was so worried that he was going to be a jerk. And she shows up, and she's got her sonic screwdriver. And she walked up and she said, would you mind holding this while I took the picture? And he swooped her up in one hand and brought her close, took the sonic screwdriver and whipped it just as the camera took the photograph of it. And he'd been doing that for 3 hours, and he treated every fan as if they were the first one.
Yeah, that's difficult. I can only imagine. I've had 2 bad experiences, and they were not Hollywood types or entertainers, writers, nothing. They were baseball players. We were outside of a game at Anaheim Stadium, and lo and behold, he was with the Texas Rangers, 2002. Alex Rodriguez was coming out. And there were like 5 of us. And there was no one else in the parking lot. It was 5 of us. And we froze. And here he comes. He's coming right towards us. He's going, and I didn't have the nerve. And someone said, hey, Rod, how about an autograph? Maybe next time. There were 5 of us. He was taller than all of us, and he just blew past us. And I'll never forget the big lefty pitcher with the Rangers. He saw it. His name was Rogers. I don't know if it was Steve Rogers or Kenny. I think it was Steve Rogers. He saw it, and he did a beeline right for us. Big old guy wearing his leather jacket. He's going to go out, and he just starts to shoot the shit with us, you know? And he said, hey, you guys got anything for us to sign? Or for me to sign? And one guy's, I got a ball. And he stood right there talking to us, inscribing it, taking his time. I'll never, ever forget that. And it felt like an eternity. It was probably about 15 minutes that he spoke to us. But he was so cool. And they lost that game, too.
Oh.
But I'll never, ever, ever forget that. He had no reason. But he saw what happened. A-Rod blew past us like the jerk that he was at that moment. And this guy comes over and talks. It was really neat. I did not expect it. And, I mean, how could you be afraid of us? I'm 5'11". I was the tallest one of the group. And both of these guys were still taller than I. You know, come on.
I've got a story.
Please.
It's Kane Hodder. You know, Jason. He was at a convention once. A good friend of mine who's now a big name writer, Brian Keene, was a volunteer. And this family showed up on a Sunday night. The convention was over. The kid was a Kane Hodder fan. Loved him. They got stuck on the highway 10 hours because of a car accident. Wow. And they finally made it. The convention was closed. So my friend Brian said, look, let me see what I can do. It's 11 o'clock at night. Goes up to Kane Hodder's bedroom. Kane Hodder was already in bed. He had his pajamas on. He said, would you mind just coming down and autographing something for the kid? Kane Hodder spent an hour with him, autographing his stuff, chatting with him, taking pictures with the kid. You know, that's the reason why we do stuff like this. Because there's guys out there that are willing to just say to the fans, yeah, you know, thank you for appreciating me.
Yeah. You know, the difference between all of us and both you and DA is that you do something that most of us will never, ever get to do. And if this were 20, 30 years ago, we wouldn't have this opportunity. This was impossible. And I thank El Gore for, you know, being stupid. And again, I emphasize
pig.
Yeah. That, you know, you're spending so much time with us, and this just wasn't possible before. And the comments that our viewers are putting in here, the questions are really neat. Sharing everything that you do, it still blows us away. I tell DA, as a matter of fact, when we met him in 2012, he contacted us. Mind you, he just put out a book. And this author reaches out to us, and I'm getting him like, oh my God, an author reached out to us. And then it turns out that DA, the other way around, was like, oh my God, it's my first interview. Here's the connection that we have. I exaggerate as far as DA goes, but he did tell me that he was incredibly nervous for the first interview. And I go through a nervous stage about 3 minutes before the program. And then when it gets going, then everything is good. The INTJ in me. Oh my God, Scott, I screwed up. We called up this one guy, and I was producing it. And this female answered the phone, and she was so excited. She goes, "Hi, may we speak to? This is Roger from NDB Media, and we're calling for." Oh, sure. Hold on a minute. And it kind of remained in my mind, you know, what was, you know, she seemed very friendly, and the gentleman came on. We interviewed him, and I was producing. So finally, since I had nothing to do, I'm just listening, watching the guests, the chat room, the phone calls coming in, and I'm making sure everything's going. And I finally look up the actor's name, and I see who he's married to, and I'm like, oh my God, Christina Loken answered the phone. The Terminatrix. Oh my! For the third movie, for the Terminator, because they were married at the time, and I'm like, because it was so funny when she answered. It was like she was expecting to be recognized or something. Like, and she was like, "Yeah, okay, you got another bunch of fans." She was so friendly, but my jaw dropped and I'm so embarrassed because I was speaking to the Terminator for the third movie. One day I hope to apologize and say I was the idiot that didn't know it was you. One day. That one was embarrassing. Jeez.
And like you were saying, not D and I probably wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for the Vances. I remember the old days of sending in a query letter. Then you had to send in the manuscript. Then you weren't supposed to send it to anyone else. Then 8 months later, you'd finally get back the rejection letter. No. Now we can self-publish. We can put them on Amazon. Self-publishing isn't considered a death sentence anymore. So many excellent writers who may never have been known are out there right now.
It is incredible, the amount of writers, the material. It's almost impossible for a reader to pick and choose.
Oh, I know.
And for myself, Dream, the gentleman Thomas, who was here earlier, he taught me a lesson because DA was so gracious that he would forward a copy to us so we could read it and then interview him. That's what we would always do. And I was thrilled. I was always in on it. I always received a courtesy copy. And many other authors have done so. We've been very fortunate. But I told Dream some months ago, I said, hey, dude, you need to start reading these books. Oh, I'm going to ask DA, but I'm going to send him the copy. But I'm going to ask DA if I can do it. And he's like, no, dude, we've got to support our writers. They're giving their time to us. We have to support them.
That's good.
And I was like, yeah, you're right, dude. Yeah. You're right. And that's why we do. And I'm hoping that your sales will go up. I asked DA one time, dude, does it really work? I mean, doing these interviews? And DA graciously told me, he says, yeah, dude, I can tell. Yeah. Because you can chart your sales and stuff. And every time he was on with us, he said, yeah, my sales would spike. That is cool.
And it's like why I do a lot of giveaways. I do takeovers of other Facebook pages. When I do a release party for a book, I give a lot of stuff away for free. Because, if somebody, I know what it's like. I go look for a zombie book and there's thousands. So I don't know which one to pick. You base it on the cover and then all of a sudden the book is written by a 3-year-old that put it together one weekend. I give the books away for free. If they like them, they'll come back. A friend of mine said it's like, dealing drugs in the street. First bag is free. That's one of the reasons why I did the 3 novellas. I think it's, and I sell them for 99 cents. I think somebody's might say, I'll give this guy a shot for 99 cents. And if they like them, and there's 20 other books out there, I'll make the money off those. But, and the funny thing is, it isn't even the money. I mean, yes, I want to make money. Yes, I'd like to someday become 1,000-day writing.
I got that. That's funny.
But it's when a fan calls you up. Like I had a fan the other day. I sent her a book. She won a book. She sent me back a book and some knickknacks that she picked up for me because she appreciated it. That's what I like, somebody who you make their day, they read a good book. I don't put politics. I don't put religion in the book. I don't put sex in the books anymore. I don't care who you are. If you want to read a bunch of people ripping apart zombies and gut and blots and unique ways to tear them apart, come read my books. If you're looking for political commentary, I want people who escape for 2 or 3 hours.
Well, that's what Hollywood was, right? Sorry, Josh, go ahead.
I was going to say that's kind of, what I've noticed, with DA's community. You build a community of fans. It's not just, and I know DA, I think he hates the word fans. I think you've mentioned it before. It's a community and a group of almost like an extended family. You have this, group of people, no matter how small or large, that really just adds to the experience. And the fans themselves enjoy interacting with each other as well.
Yeah. And it's funny. My family, I learned years ago, my family doesn't read my books. My daughter has never read a book of mine. My wife stopped reading my books 3 years ago. You know, I used to give my mother signed copies for free. She put them in the bookshelf. She never read them.
Yeah, we interviewed Richard Hatch. You know him, of course. Streets of San
Yes.
Francisco. He was on our program. For me, it was 3 times, but he was on our network 4 times. The man would love to spend time with the fans. And I was commenting that he passed away and how he left a note when my youngest, the one that was here, she was hospitalized. He took the time to post on my page a note which just blew me away. But be that as it may, I'm commenting about that, and my older sister's like, "You interviewed Richard Hatch?" I'm like, "Yeah, I've been doing this for years, woman." Elegant proof that you don't pay attention. So I get you right there, Scott. I mean, I'm nobody here, but I have had the chance to spend time with quite a few people. Very few people know this, but oh my God, what's his name? Harold Perrineau from Lost. He was on our program. Oh yeah, he was on. But here's the funny thing: I was at Anaheim Stadium that night. So at 7 o'clock, as we're about to do the intro, I had to leave the bleacher section, go behind the stands, and start up the program from my cell phone because I had to do the intro to Harold Perrineau. And he was a blast. And he called in like 10 minutes early, and he wanted to know what was going on. I explained to him how we did this, and he was a blast. But I only spoke to him for like 3 minutes because you could hear the fans. You could hear the action going on in the background. But on the backside of Angel Stadium in the right center field behind the scoreboard, I was talking to Harold Perrineau on this night of the interview. Absolutely funny. And I'll never forget that. He was so cool. I wish I could have been a part of the interview, but I was not able to. But speaking of the man from down under, well, actually, just from here in San Diego, Mr. Miller, a real American hero. Sir, thank you for joining us this glorious evening. How are you, sir?
How y'all doing tonight?
Oh, we're doing well.
Awesome.
Hey, bud.
What's up, Bubba?
Hey, you know what? It's been good. I know we've been putting our guests through the ringer, but he is beyond a team player. But he's actually the first guest in about 7 years that actually said, "Hey, if you get tired of us, just tell us." Oh man, it's been good. Robert, what's up? What's going on, young man? Join the fray.
Just hanging out, man. Tuned into you guys. Went down to the beach, came back. Waves are crazy.
Yeah, he's down in San Diego. I guess America's favorite city, or what is it? What do you guys call yourselves? America's best city or something?
I don't pay attention.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm
San
over here.
Diego. At least it's not Los Angeles.
There's that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm stuck out here in LA, but it's all good. All right. Well, folks, it is 9:42 p.m. here on the Pacific Coast. We're having a wonderful conversation. And let's see, I think we have there's a first shot. The Marine retirement community. Oh, so it begins.
That's
all right.
correct.
Fair enough.
That is there's something to be said about that. That is true. We have a big there's also a big Navy base down south as well. So we've got a lot of Navy and Marine groups out here.
That is cool.
To include Coronado, San Diego, the surrounding areas.
Coronado's where the West Coast SEALs are, isn't it?
Yes.
That's correct.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That is absolutely correct.
Yeah, you can actually. What a lot of people don't know is once you leave Coronado and you're taking that street down there or the highway, you can see them playing in the beach from time to time, man.
No, their whole confidence course is right there on the beach, right next to the road.
It's crazy. Yeah, they're not out there all the time, but every now and then you can drive by and they're playing in the water. It's crazy. But Scott, in the minutes that we have you left, where else in the world have you been that you can tell us about?
Oh, I can tell you about every place I've been. I never was covert. So I was always open. Everybody
That's what
knew,
you say.
of course. Yeah. Well, like there was one time I was covert for like a year, and I was open CIA. I mean, I was declared to the governments when I was in these countries, and they switched me to this backwater Department of Defense little office, and nobody believed me. Yeah, you went from going to the CIA to the Department of Procurement and Recruitment for, dual use technology in the basement of the Pentagon. Right. Um, let's see. I lived in Okinawa for 3 years, lived in Seoul for 3 years. My favorite place. I loved South Korea. Oh, I'd retire back there in an instant. I will if my wife throws me out. Um, but I've been fortunate enough. I've traveled all over Europe. I've traveled all over Asia. Um, Gotten to see some really unique stuff. A friend of mine was lived in Shenyang, so I went and visited him. We did the tour of Manchuria, the last emperor. And the Emperor Puyi and the Japanese occupation. I've been very fortunate. I've got to visit a lot of the Middle East, and I've liked almost every place I've gone. That's what I miss about it most is the traveling, but the way the intelligence community has been politicized the past 6 years. Honestly, I'm glad I'm old.
Wow. As a matter of fact, I do want to give a shout out to Marie. She did give us a like. That's number 19. Marie Carjalian. I know I'm butchering the last name. I apologize. You know how I am with last names.
It's Carjalanian.
Thank you,
I think.
author D.A. Roberts. Thank you, sir. Wow, the silence.
Messed up that
Yeah. Oh, yeah. As a matter of fact, I think it was Marie that we were speaking to when we were talking about the, what was it? The sounds, the Cascadia sounds?
The Sierra sounds.
The Sierra sounds, yeah. I know she was going to try to find that because she recognized that, or at least she knew what we were talking about. But anyway, so Scott, if you had your dithers, you'd go to South Korea, huh? That's where you were able to retire?
I loved it. The South Korean people were the friendliest people. It was a fun place. Yeah, it was. Some sections were crowded. I was fortunate. I lived in a small little housing compound in the center of. I didn't live in the military base. I could walk 5 minutes to work. It was great. It was a fun place to be. Most of the places I've visited, I've never felt threatened or anything. And then, like I said, I'm a big World War II buff. So I've had several friends, and I had me, a good friend and his wife once did a tour Normandy to the Battle of the Bulge.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Really?
That was a cool one.
And every tank we came across, we spent an hour taking pictures around it. His wife was so sick of us.
My Uncle Ed fought in the Battle of the Bulge.
Really?
Oh, wow.
101st?
Yes, actually.
Yeah, I wonder if he knew my wife's grandfather, who
Might have.
fought at Bastogne and wound up their last days of the war up at Berchtesgaden.
Ed was a hell of a guy. We lost him about 15 years ago. He was a hell of a guy.
We'll never get a generation like that again.
No, the greatest generation for a reason.
Oh good God, no.
Yeah.
There's guys like you that, stand up and serve and put your life on the line. But, as a generation itself, well, I don't mind joining, but can I bring my cell phone?
Yeah.
I'm not going to have to cut my hair, will I? When I showed up for basic training, there was this kid. He had hair down to his butt, and his recruiter had told him he wouldn't have to shave it off if he could put it in his hat. And he flat out cried when they cut his hair off, and I was like, I know my recruiter lied to me, but Jesus, I would have seen through that one.
And I've heard stories of how recruiters have screwed kids over.
Lying bastard.
It's all true. They're all true.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
Well, then you go to MEPS and you meet you when you're signing
Jesus.
in, and you meet your career placement guide, who's you tell him the 3 posts you would most like to serve at, and I believe it's his job to make sure you never see any of those posts.
MEPS was the worst day of my life. I got there about 4:30 in the morning. I don't think I left until 6 p.m. I only saw 3 people. The biggest goddamn hurry up and wait I've ever seen in my whole life.
Yeah, it was a cluster.
My old man was a Marine, joined in 57. And when it came out, we went to see Full Metal Jacket. My old man laughed like a lunatic through the first half of the movie. Every time Arnie came out with one of his things, my father would like clap his hands and laugh.
My God, there were so many of them.
I know.
But what is that? The most coarse one? He says something to the effect of, "You look like a guy that will do this, and at the very end won't even give him a reach around."
What is this?
I'm not going to repeat.
Effing jelly donut.
And no one knew.
That guy was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ermi was the best.
Well, he was a drill sergeant, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
He was originally hired to be a
consultant.
an advisor, a consultant on the show, and wound up getting the part of the drill sergeant.
It's actually drill instructor.
Drill
sergeant.
instructor. My bad.
The DIS.
Not Army.
Horrible.
I understand in that movie, they just let him do it all. I mean, all of that stuff was made up by him. All of his lines when he's up and down the lines with the recruits.
Yeah, he was a great guy, too. I met him a couple of times out at Camp Pendleton. He was a really cool guy. He had the bushiest eyebrows you ever saw in your life.
like Gandalf with them sticking out over underneath the brim of his hat.
Yeah, they had a life of their own doing stuff. Really cool guy.
That's how he intercepted enemy signals.
Yeah, probably. Scott, you mentioned you're a World War II historian.
Can I answer Joshua first?
Oh, I apologize. Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
My father was only in for about a year. He was due to ship out to Iwo Jima, and they found a black spot on his lung. So his unit shipped out to Iwo Jima, a nice little hellhole in the Pacific, and the spot turned out to be a defect on the X-ray. They were going to reassign him. But his father had a stroke, and since he was the only child left in the family that was still living at home, they gave him an honorable discharge to take care of his father. But he made it through boot camp, which he said was, if you can make it through boot camp, you can make it through anything.
Yeah.
Did he go through San Diego or Paris Island?
Paris Island.
Okay. My dad went through in
The land that time forgot.
He went through at San Diego. He graduated boot camp with a broken nose, and they used to have the swagger sticks back then.
Oh, yeah.
And they would hit you with those damn things. So he came out with a broken nose and busted. It was a good time.
But you hated it when you went through it, he said. But, oh, my God, the memories once you graduated.
Yeah.
I remember. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say.
Josh, hold on a minute. Rob, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Robert.
I remember many a time when I was a kid, he would come in and sound lovely like drill instructor. You know, it was a banging on crap and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
You know. So when I went to boot camp, it was like no big deal for me. You don't sleep right up away. You go the first 3 days without sleeping anyway.
Oh yeah.
Josh, go ahead.
I was going to ask if you guys had similar experiences. Your drill instructors, night and day after graduation, personality-wise, not the people you got to know for several weeks. Suddenly, that's a completely different person. You're actually kind of a cool guy.
Just paid to be an asshole.
Yeah, there are some. Yeah,
they were jackasses afterwards, dude.
Oh.
I hated my head drill instructor until the day of graduation, and I was like, "This guy is not the guy I've known for the last several weeks. This is not. You're not the same guy.
We had a drill instructor that would walk up and down and say, "I know where every one of your families live. I'm going to go and kill every one of them because I hate y'all so bad." And he was a Vietnam guy, and he was still a staff sergeant, and so he had been busted down so many. He was busted down so many times, and they called him Mad Dog Malik, and he was hilarious though, man. He cracked me up the whole time. And so the night before, he comes walking around, and I was up in the rack, and we were about to graduate, and I looked up and I see this shadow, and it's the drill instructor cover, and I don't care what they're wearing, they're always wearing those daggum covers. And I'm like, of course, you're like at attention in the rack, and you're like, "Miller, sir, yes, sir." He's like, "You're the only one worth a shit. I hate all these other bastards. I'm not going to graduation tomorrow. So have a good life." And he turned around and walked out, and I never saw him again. he did not go to daggum boot. To graduate, he was not there.
It was high praise.
I was like, "Going, hey, cool."
Wow. All right.
But
that is cool, Robert. We got to talk about some of your experiences if you share them with us. I do need to redirect because we are nearing the third hour, and it is getting late at this point. I think we're probably going to continue. But Scott, I did have one final question, and then you can just regale us. You said you were a historian, World War II. Do you specialize in the entire stuff, or are you a European theater, Pacific theater? Because for me, I do know World War II history, but I'm a Pacific theater kind of guy.
I studied in college Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union and the Cold War.
Oh,
but I love. My uncle fought at Okinawa. He was one of the 7 who walked away from Sugarloaf Hill. Never told his stories. All I knew, he was in Okinawa. And of course, my father, who admired him, I watched every John. If there was a war movie, my father made me watch it. Sands of Iwo Jima, Run Silent, Run Deep. So I
From Here to Eternity.
Yes, Midway, 1975. Oh,
the Green Berets.
Yeah. But I know a lot about the Pacific history, but I actually studied the European Eastern Front and Soviet history.
If we get a chance in the future, maybe we'll have a conversation about some of that stuff. I am waiting for Hollywood finally to do. I don't know if you've read Hornfisher's book, The Last Stand of the Tin Can Sailors.
No,
a phenomenal story, The Battle of Leyte Gulf. Tappies 1, 2, and 3 that were protecting the back door while Kurita came around.
Yeah. And the Japanese thought they were being attacked by battleships.
Yes, the destroyers. I still remember the names. The Hobart, the Johnston, and now the Herman, I believe. These were destroyers and destroyer escorts, man.
So you're not a fan of Pearl Harbor?
I understand what happened at Pearl Harbor.
No, I mean the movie. I think Michael Bay did it, the one with Kate Beckinsale and Matt Damon or something.
It was Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck, yeah. No,
Affleck.
I'm not a fan. I'm actually a fan of, Midway, the last one. I'm not going to say I enjoyed it, but I appreciate it for what it was. But even then, there were so many things. Sorry for the spoilers, but Enterprise and Hornet did not witness the sinking of the Lexington. They were not there in the Coral Sea. Come on. And there were a few other things, but it's the Battle of Midway is a story that I've studied my entire life.
Yes.
I know it. I know it fairly well, and I was looking forward to seeing this movie. But I'm looking forward to Hollywood doing the Battle of Leyte Gulf.
That would be awesome.
I don't know if they could. I really do. And to do it justice.
To do it right.
Anyway. Yeah, to do it right. So anyway, I've spoken way too much. Scott, I want to thank you for spending the time with us, for sharing everything that you have, your nuggets, your part of your life, which is your books and your life, everything that you've done. What are some last thoughts that you want to share with us? And then I'm not saying we're going to release you, sir. I'm just, I know you've got to get going. And
Let me go into the wild. Well, thank you for having me. I mean, I love doing stuff like this. I love chatting. I love answering questions from the readers. I've got a lot of books out there. If you've never read me, give one of them a shot. The Tatiana books are standalone, so if you don't like me, you're not stuck on a series. I've got. Well, no, I mean, I've done that. I've read a book and it's like, this guy sucks. But now what happens at the end of the book?
That's good.
But I will tell you, from the second book on, I do have cliffhangers. So if you get to book 2, you're hooked. I've got a lot of stuff coming up in the future. I've got some conventions coming up. I got a lot of things planned I want to write. Follow me, Scott Baker's Demon Hunters on Facebook. If you scroll through, you'll see the links to my. Actually, they're right near the top because I did a release party the other day. You'll see the links to my newsletter, my Amazon authors page. I thank you all. I thank the fans out there for listening to us. For wanting to talk to us. My family won't even talk to me. So.
I know the feeling.
So, anyways, thank you all. It's a pleasure meeting all of you. I'll be back anytime you want. I'm willing to talk about anything.
Scott, you have an open invitation.
Yeah.
The Nightmare Hunter is on every other Tuesday. DA Verse is every other Monday. So yes, Scott, it's been a pleasure. I thank you, and Star Trek, man, peace and long life.
Yes, die young and destitute.
Nice talking to you, Scott.
Oh, that was smooth.
You never heard that one?
No, I not young.
Good talking to you, Robert. Thanks for serving.
Oh, yes,
all
Robert.
Right.
Thank you.
Good night.
Yoma, thank you, Josh, DA, Nightmare Hunter. All right,
Thanks, Scott.
I gotta rewatch this to see what I missed.
Oh, quite a bit. It was good.
Apparently
Scott.
so.
Yeah, Scott was amazing.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fun, and I look forward to having him back on. But all right, we're good. DA, is everything okay, man?
Yeah. I was dealing with an issue with my son.
Yeah, I kind of saw that, and I tried to cover for you, brother.
Yeah, you guys did fine. I just muted my mic because I had a lot of conversation going on, and my phone makes too much noise.
Yeah, same thing for me. My daughter was a bit frustrated because of things that happened at work. First world problems. So she really did text me when you guys saw me jump out of here, where she said, "Oh, I texted you." Yeah, I know. I said, "I'm here." Like, yeah, and your car's blocking. Oh, that's why I ran out of here. So
that's the move your ass, old man.
Yeah, it really was. I didn't even say excuse me. I said, DA, take over, and I just laughed. Oh, when your 24-year-old reminds you what you said you were going to do and didn't do. Oh. But she's great, my little baller.
Yours too, huh? Yeah, my daughter does that too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, but this is good. All right, guys. Well, here we are. We're now in the third hour. I did appreciate having Scott here with us. It was real good, and I look forward to having him join us again.
Yeah, I like his attitude.
Yeah,
he's got a great attitude. I like that. Hey, if you like me, you like me. If you don't, don't care.
Yeah,
I think it's about the only way to be.
Yeah.
Huh?
I said I think it's about the only way to be.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, you know what? You're absolutely correct. That's the way I am. Not that I'm famous or anything, but I don't have to worry about it.
Infamous.
Huh?
Infamous.
You're getting famous around here.
Look, the only famous one is that one right there, the one in the middle.
Yeah, whatever.
That's the only famous one.
Naoma's on a very popular channel. Her voice is heard by over 100,000 listeners.
I stand corrected. You're so right. Yes, I apologize. Well, that's why both of you are up on top.
She
That's right.
she narrated a couple of my short stories on the on the Dixie Cryptid podcast, and she just did an awesome job. They were fantastic.
Did a fantastic job. I
Thank
agree
you.
with that.
Yeah.
I got excited listening to them because I was like, I don't even believe I wrote them. I'm like, oh, this is awesome.
You did say that. You did. I remember that.
It was,
Really?
I felt like I was listening to them for the first time. I mean, I wrote the things and I was like, man, these are freaking great. She's awesome.
Oh wow! Thank you.
A
Did you
great
just say
reader
for like-
can really
Phil,
elevate
did you-
a story.
Did you just say singing it like it feels like the first time?
Yeah. Yeah, I even I knew what was going to happen next. I was like on the edge of my seat because the way she had it narrated, it was awesome.
Yeah, it was great.
And then-
it was awesome.
And I think that was one of the ones where there's one particular person who really hates the way I narrate, and he comments, "Stop adding all the fake emotion. Just read it."
There's always going to be somebody that complains.
There's the ghost train. Is that it, Josh?
I was
It's
about to
not my
say-
train.
I was about to say, DA, man, your
That's here.
voiceovers are getting really good.
Oh yeah. You know what?
We're about 6 blocks from a railroad track, and I took my headphone out, and it was definitely here.
Oh yeah, we heard it this time.
Yeah.
You know, I love reading, but that's one thing I love about audiobooks. Not only does it make it easier for me to consume more books because of my job, but a good reader can add so many layers to a story that aren't on the page. You can take an amazing book and make it 10 times better with a good reader.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that. I've heard some audiobooks, and I'm like, why the hell did they ever pick this person?
Yeah.
It just made it painful.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's just some that just, they're doing a great job. You did a great job for the short stories. And
Yeah.
But,
Naomi,
I'm
do you
looking
do
forward to
on
the
books on ACX like Cam does?
I'm up there, but I've had a couple of offers in the last couple of weeks, but I'm hoping that Bethany's going to let me narrate her books. And I'm in the middle of narrating several stories for another channel that Cam asked me to do. I've got, I'm trying to fit, I've got a deadline on my book. In fact, I wrote 4,200 words today on it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably almost twice what I normally put in a day.
That's a great word count.
Yeah, I don't go beyond 2,500 words, and I have a feeling tomorrow I'm going to wake up and take that other 1,700 words out. But
well, if you decide you are going to do some of the ACX, let me know, because I wouldn't mind having you do Lakeview 2, because it's from Sanchez's point of view as a female lead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I
at
was
this
thinking
point,
about
if
that
an
earlier.
author
She'd be-
specifically asks
she'd
for
be
me,
good
I
for
will
that.
do it.
That's
I would
awesome.
love to. Yeah.
I got a question for you, if you don't mind me asking, on doing audiobooks. I've always been curious. I've only heard what you did for DA short stories. I haven't heard of your other stuff yet, but do you do a lot of like modulation to your voice for different characters? Do you try to do different voices or no?
Yeah, I tried Arnold Schwarzenegger. It didn't work out for me.
I did hear that story. That was funny.
I really, looking back, I wish I had left the original scene in there. My wife was like, "That's just too dark. You can't leave that in there." So I went back and kind of lightened it up. But I should have left
I
the
actually
original
liked
scene.
the original idea when you told me what it was. I really did like it, but I loved the "What are you echo." It was just so funny because I was so into the story. And I remember when I always read them through about 3 times before I actually try to record them. And I remember the first time I read it through, I thought, ooh, how am I going to do that? Because I don't normally do a whole lot of voice modulation. I read the story, and part of that is because when you've got a lot of characters, trying to remember what voice you used for which character can get pretty hairy. And
that was actually going to be my question, is keeping track of the voice, not even so much the voice, but even the personality of a character. If if it's easy to get lost.
It is. And now I know people who do it really well, but I've also heard people who do it really poorly. And when they do that, they ruin the book for you. And so I don't generally attempt it, but that was a situation where I really felt like at least the response had to be a deep, gravelly voice. And so I must have recorded those 2 lines, I think, probably 30 times. And you would hear me go, "What are you?"
Oh, that's awesome.
And then for like 10 minutes, there'd be this hysterical laughter. And then I go, "Okay, 1, 2, 3. What are you?" And then I'd start laughing hysterically. And it was like, I think I probably better than half of the recording was deleted because it was just me laughing. And I thought, I want to do this justice because this is one of the best short stories I've ever read. And I can't get this down. What am I going to do? And finally, I think I let Cam pick. It's like, you just pick which one sounds good and you delete the rest. So, but normally, no, I don't try to do a lot of voice modulation. Now, that said, I will raise my voice for a juvenile or for a young, especially if it's female. I tend to talk a little bit higher when I'm doing a female voice, and I tend to talk a little bit deeper when I'm doing a male voice, but that's about as far as it goes. Then I have a fairly deep voice, and I'm not too bad of a range when I haven't been recording all week and my throat doesn't feel like it's razor blades as it does today, has for the last 2 days. I spent 8 hours recording Thursday. I was recording for about 12 hours Friday, and then I tried to record for about 2 hours this morning and said, "Forget it, I'm writing."
Well, I don't blame you. Sometimes you just got to write.
Yeah.
What was it? I think it was R.A. Salvatore, the writer, the fantasy author, that said,
I love Bob.
If you can quit, quit. If you can't quit, you're a writer.
Well, I must be a writer because I've tried to quit many times in my life. I find it gets stuck in my head, and then I get headaches if I can't get it out on paper.
I've had moments when I considered giving it up, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't think I'll ever actually get a book published because I just don't feel like I'm good enough. But I've written 11 of them so far, so
I definitely get them published.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's funny when you're talking about that modulation. I was just listening to an Audible book, and the guy had a great deep voice for the main character, and he could do guys really well. But then once the girls came in, it sounded so ridiculous that it was actually it was actually distracting. It was like it was like this weird, creepy female voice, like you see on these To Catch a Predator.
Yeah, that's something that I also pay attention to is. It is better if it's written from a female perspective to have a female narrator, and it is better from the male perspective to have a male narrator. It doesn't have to be. My favorite narrator is a woman named Karen Savage. She could read the phone book, and I just can't get enough of her. But even she, when she starts narrating, and she only does the classics. She does Jane Austen and the Brontes and Dickens and things like that. But even she can, as much as I love her, I prefer it when she stays more with the female. It's just, honestly, Cam gave me the option. He said, "Here's 3 stories, pick 2." And the first one I picked was the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger because I just thought this is the greatest thing ever. First of all, it's my favorite subject. And it just, I could not, and I probably should have let Cam read them. I really should have.
I don't know. I thought you did a great job.
Well,
I really liked them.
I appreciate that. Thank you. But anyway, you want to hear my ghost stories?
I don't mean to segue, but I've got to get to actual work now. I'm done with the bulk of my driving, so I got to bail on you guys.
All right, Josh, be safe, brother. Drive
Josh,
careful.
All right.
I know you work on this evening, but I appreciate that you spent some time with us. Thanks, Josh.
I appreciate it. Hey, you guys have a good night.
You too, man.
Bye, Josh.
We're having it, and it was much better with you with us.
I appreciate that. Even though I know you're full of shit.
Aw, I love you too.
I'm just kidding, Roger. You know I got to poke the bear. Good night, guys.
All right, Josh.
That's
I
all
get
very
more
right.
and more.
What's that? I missed that.
That was like everybody talking at once. What happened?
I
Robert?
don't know. Then everybody
That
went
sounds like an
silent at
inside
once.
Poking a bear.
Yeah. It's all right. It's all good. I was a bit surprised by it. I was like, oh, okay. I'm sorry. I meant it, but it's okay. Oh, my
Trying to
goodness.
be polite.
Naomi, don't be surprised if I don't get Lakeview 2 set up in ACX and send you a request. So
Well,
I
if
mean, won't try to
you-
do that this week.
If you do, I'll do it.
That
I
would be
actually
awesome.
will. Yeah.
Well, Cam's already said, last part of July, he's going to be freed up from projects. So if anybody's a fan of Cam Buckner from the Dixie Cryptids, he's going to be narrating all of the Codename Wild Hunt. And the subsequent Lakeview Man books are going to still be from Sanchez's point of view. Well, Sanchez, Clark, Amanda. So if you're up for the series, I plan to keep doing those.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that character, by the way.
And of course, the Nightmare Hunter is going to narrate the Nightmare Hunter.
Cool.
She's a badass too. That's a badass character.
She takes no crap off anybody, Clark included.
So many people tend
Who's
to
doing
write.
Nightmare Hunter?
Raj.
The guy next to you. The guy that's staring up at DA like he's a lunatic right now.
Who's doing a Nightmare Hunter?
Careful, I'll drop a glass on you, Raj. I'll drop it.
But we're going to get nothing but snoring through it.
Oh, my.
The Siesta Hunter.
That was a bad night. I was exhausted. You guys now know, and you know what I was feeling. So I went to work today, and
The Siesta Hunter.
yeah, I didn't fall asleep today.
We're going
I
to
kept
get
it.
Nightmare Hunter, and he's talking. All of a sudden, he's going to start snoring.
He just kind of faded away.
I did, and I was down like this because I noticed that the angle was right, and I had my cap on, so you couldn't tell that I had closed my eyes. But then after about 10 minutes, I hadn't moved.
We're like, Raj, you awake, Raj?
And I didn't respond.
Hey, Raj, you awake?
And we were still live. And they finally got my attention. I'm like, oh, damn.
And I had changed his name. I changed his name from the Nightmare Hunter to the Siesta Hunter, and it was like an hour before you noticed.
This wasn't while you were sick, was it? With the
it was leading up to it.
Funny.
I
think Dream was doing that the other night on Saturday night.
Yeah, it's just I've had this for I estimate about 3 months, but it was exacerbated the last 2 months because of all the stress in my life. DA.
Yeah.
I don't know how I got through it. There's no need to go into it, but DA did know almost everything that was going on. And let me tell you, folks, I guess I'm going to give myself a shout out. I've told DA and I've told other people that I never look at myself as doing anything. The people that I admire in life are the people that no matter what is going on in their world, they're the ones that wake up, they go to that proverbial time clock, and they punch in every day, and they don't say, I'm done today. They don't give up. They don't do anything. I can't say they don't do. It doesn't matter what's going on. They still get up and do it. And those are the people that I admire. And I guess I did a little bit of that over the last 2-3 months, man. Let's just say that I did not. We qualified to purchase this home. But the home is no longer for sale because the landlord changed her mind yet again.
oh no.
Nice.
So my level of, oh my God, it was unbelievable what was going on. So, okay, fine. You know what? Thank God they weren't in the house when they were telling me that because we wouldn't be here tonight.
How long was the under the breath Spanish tirade?
I don't know if it's done yet.
You can always tell when something aggravates Roger.
Mendiga madre cabrones hijos de su.
Yeah, he just kind of lowers his head, goes off in Spanish.
And I've snapped a few times in front of DA or a few other people.
That made it into the book too.
Actually, it did. Yes, it did. Which is funny. But like I said, I'm sorry if I'm belaboring this. No, you know what? I was stunned. I was genuinely stunned at how people responded. I I never expected that. I was blown away. I was humbled. And what brings me back to do these programs and spend time with everyone is I was genuinely humbled by everyone else. It's his universe. I'm glad to be a part of it. And I got sick. I did. And thank goodness, guys, it's not permanent because when all the doctor's orders, it's avoid, 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 avoid. That's good because I was told no red meat. That's the only thing I was told, no red meat. And I was like, okay. And everything else, I'm just doing.
They didn't warn you about seeds and nuts.
No, everyone else did. I think they did. There was a fleeting moment where they did say that, but I actually told the doctor when I was about to be released, I'm like, okay, wait a minute. You have to understand, I'm a bit exhausted. I'm tired. I'm in pain. And I understand English. But it's not registering what you're telling me. I told her that. And she did not make a face, to her credit. And she slowed down her speech and she tried to clear it up a little bit more. Oh my goodness. It's a beautiful soul. And she gave me the best descriptions I could, but I was not doing well. And I knew I was going home. Look, because of my general health, they didn't operate. Had I had diabetes, had I had high blood pressure, this and this, I would have been in surgery. I was told that. So they said, because of my general health, go home. So I was fortunate. And as I tell everyone, what I have is a first world problem, guys.
Yeah.
First world problems can be fixed. Yeah, DA, you're getting tired of that phrase. Because one time even he said, dude, I'm sorry, man. I was like, dude, it's a first world problem. We can get through this. That's the way I see it. I really do. So, yeah, you know what? Every day I wake up and I look up and there's no dirt overhead. That's a good day.
Good way to look at it.
Fun emergency room adventure. I had a incarcerated.
I look up and I don't see DA.
And I was brought to the emergency room by 5 of the most amazing, handsome, gorgeous, young, well-built firemen I've ever seen in my life. And I had gotten out of the bathtub knowing I had the problem, and had only wrapped myself, and my hair's and I have naturally curly hair. I have to iron it to make it even. And it's all over my head like this, and I had makeup on when I got into the shower. And so I had black mascara running down my face, and then they undressed me in front of these guys. And all I could think is, why could I have not been 25 when this happened? That's all I could think. But I remember laying, and the one stayed with me the whole time. I mean, God bless him. He was probably young enough to be my grandson, but he stayed with me the whole time. And he's sitting there holding my hand, and they pull my shirt off, which was humiliating in and of itself. But I've got this lump sticking up out of my stomach, and all I could think of was Spaceballs. I kept thinking my stomach was going to burst open and a little foreign thing would jump out and do, hello, my honey, hello, my baby. And I was like, please don't let the firemen see the Spaceballs monster. Just don't let them see the Spaceballs monster. But I was so in so much pain that, normal thought just does not register. Yes. And so I understand what and they're telling me, oh, we don't think, and I've got this big knot sticking up out of my stomach, and they're telling me that it's, it must be pancreatitis, or maybe you've got a kidney stone. And I'm like, if it's a kidney stone, that's the biggest kidney stone I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, yeah, I hear you. And you know what? There's something I'm forgetting to tell everyone.
Man, that was
the only reason why I went in the second time was because of that man right there.
Really?
Because on Monday night, I guess you could see I was laboring. It was bad.
I knew something was wrong.
I was in denial, and I was in just denial. The next day, DA and I were on the phone, or while doing a video or something like this, he's like, dude, you're pale. And I'm like, aw, talking dirty to me? Come on. So, no, he's like, dude, you are pale. You look bad. And I guess you could see my eyes were sunken. They were, and I was in denial, and I was in pain that night. That was the thing. That day, I was telling DA I was in an incredible amount of pain, but I wasn't going to go. And DA was like, dude, you got to go. I'm like, I'm not going to go. The emergency room is going to be packed. I don't want to go. It's going to be horrible. And DA is like, dude, you have to go. And thank you, DA. Thank you. I only went because you wouldn't let it go.
I threatened to drive out there and take him myself.
And I was like, yeah, it's okay. I'm going to be responsible for you at that point. No. But I act to get him off my proverbial back. I said, all right, damn it.
Or worse, I'll sick the big Marine on you.
Actually, damn, I think you did threaten me, something
Yes,
like that. So
I'll
I
call
was
Robert. I'll call Robert. He's an hour
and I was like,
away.
all right. Oh, it was like Lando Calrissian in The Empire Strikes Back. But he's like, we can't go back. We can't go back for Luke. He's like, yeah, we got to go back. No. And the Chewbacca's all like, all right. And that's what I did. And I finally went in that night. And yeah, I was there for a long time. And as I was lying down, doctors, sometimes they get it just right, you know? He pushed down right over by my hip. And I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. And even I didn't feel it. And then the second time he pushed in, kind of like right underneath my abdomen where the intestine is, I flinched. I was lying back, and I was like, oh! Like, I didn't know it hurt like that. He's like, yeah, okay. Let's start the tests. He was done. He knew. He was like, all right, let's get the MRI. Let's go get the imaging. We're going to do this, blah, blah, blah. And it just took, I was in there for the better part of, I guess, a day and a half, It was crazy. But that man pushed me to do it because I wasn't going to do it. I didn't want to go. I was in denial. And I had no or either.
Wow.
So I am in debt to DA because he wouldn't let it go that night. And I have not told anyone that up until right now. So I do, DA. I went because you wouldn't let it go, you limey bastard.
See, that song isn't always right. Let it go. Yeah.
That was a very special "You're the Wind Beneath My Wings" moment.
It was. It really was. Very good, Robert. Yep. But he did threaten me, dude. DA did threaten me. He says, I'm going to tell Robert to go. And I'm like, oh, no.
Drag your ass over there.
That was funny.
You'll see a looming dark figure over there, and you wake up in the ER.
We were talking about that one night. We were talking about me
the first time.
Remember, because was that the night we were talking about me going up there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah.
That was the first time. That one was bad. What happened was I passed out and I was found unconscious. And, you were talking about 5. I had 10 firemen and paramedics show up. There was a point where someone walked over me and I'm like, what the hell? Someone stepped over me and I'm like, okay. And then I remember the paramedic was telling me, don't move.
He said he had a bunch of hunky firemen too.
That's good.
Are you in love with them too?
Roger was hoping he'd open his eyes and find a big sweaty fireman about to give him mouth to mouth.
Shut the hell up. I was happy with the female ones that were there, but all the guys were in the room and I'm like, oh my God, what is going on? That was my first thing. It's like, something's going on. But I remember the fireman telling me, he says, dude, or sir, we're going to take a picture of your heart right now. Don't move. I was like, okay. And I didn't move. And I stood, eye contact, and I was like, I didn't move. Because they were taking the image because no one knew what had happened. So they eventually got me up. They walked me down. Then, the hospital was only about 10 blocks away. So I got there kind of quick. And they put the IV in. They did everything. And I finally came to in the emergency room. And that's when I posted, what the hell's going on? Why am I in the emergency room? Because I tried to get up and I had all the wires over me, and that's when.
So that's the night.
Yeah, that was the night that I posted. I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? Why am I here? And I figured someone must have known, and no one answered me.
Really?
Yeah, no one in my family, no one, nothing. No one said a word. But
that was the night I was going to come up there.
Yeah, that was the night.
DA told me about it. DA told me about it, and I was going to go up there and sneak in your room with a werewolf mask on.
It'd be a cardiac event then.
I don't know, because you know what? They gave me some good stuff. They took care of me both times, guys.
Well, considering what he was on, he might have just tried to pet you.
If my family had been in the ER with me and I started asking what was going on and where am I,
came in the room and go.
No, they would have stopped talking, and then they would have started looking at each other and going, it's really too bad she died. We really liked her. They would have played with my head that way, because my family is cruel. I mean, they would have been like, oh, we're going to miss her. Do you think we should bury her out back or give her they would have said horrible things. And I would have believed them, because I am the most gullible person on the planet. You can tell me anything. And I'm like, okay. And, yeah, that's why I think this is 8 inches.
That was good. That was good. Yeah. Well, you mentioned the 5 firemen that were there. I remember when DA was going through some therapy, and he would tell me, this was a while ago now, and the only thing I would ask him was she cute? Like, what are you talking about? You're a nurse. Was she cute? He's like, oh, no, dude. It was a male. Like, oh, sorry.
Damn it. Sorry, man.
The first thing I ask someone whenever they go in, was she cute? And DA was like, no, man. It was male. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I'll tell you how good looking my firemen were. I was holding my breath, hoping they'd give me CPR or mouth to mouth. I was like,
you gotta pay extra for the female.
When you grab the back of the fireman's head during mouth to mouth, it's not right.
Yeah, that's when they know.
The tongue's a dead giveaway.
I spent weeks lamenting to my friends, this could not have happened to me when I was 25. I was not an ugly 25-year-old. I did not have a bad body back then. I could have at least gotten one date out of it. But no, I had to be old and haggard looking, and all of the body parts are like melting off at this point, and they're staring at me naked. And I was like,
oh my God! When I went in the second time, they asked me, is this you? Could you give us your address and this? And then they asked me for the Social Security number. Could you give us the last 4 digits? I'm like,
if you tell me how it starts.
11135, and then whatever else. And everyone around me chuckled because I was so out of it. I wasn't feeling. I was like. I thought they think I was going to say 1, 2, but I was like, no, give me a minute. And she was cute. Oh my God! I was like, I'll give you all the numbers, woman.
Let me get my bank account.
The first time I was there, what really felt cool was the lady. They came over to take the blood, and she was waiting there already in her little cart. And I said, you're a phlebotomist, right? I think I made her day, because they're called vampires. They're called bloodsuckers. Yeah. And I said, you're a phlebotomist, right? And she perked up. And it was really cool that she didn't hurt me, didn't do anything. I don't know how much blood she took, but I did not feel it. And as she left, I'll never forget, she leaned in a little bit close, and she said, Mr. Noriega, I hope you get well.
Aww.
And it was like, wow, that remained in there. And I was treated so well by everyone there, guys. I was. I was taken care of, especially being confused as I was. It was, they really did take care of me. And even then the second time, when they took care of the imaging, I couldn't get on the cart or the thing, to go into the circle thingy. And I kind of tried to get up there, and I was like, and the young kid says, You need a hand there, Mr. Noriega? I felt so bad. And this kid, who was maybe a little bit smaller than I was, I swear to God, almost just lifted me up, man. And he helped me. But he saved my dignity. But it was so cool. It's like I was trying to get on the thing. Can we just do it from
I call
here?
that the vomit chamber, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why I get so sick inside those things, but
Yeah, it wasn't fun. But I was eternally grateful. And, yeah, it was another wing beneath my wings moment, yeah. But that was
did
good,
you
Robert.
ever know you were his hero?
Yeah.
Anyway, I have got allergies so bad today.
Yeah, I guess DA's not going to answer that one. No, it's all good. So anyway, but I'm talking way too much. But you know what, Nilma? You and I are able to laugh about our experiences. And you know what, folks? I think that's the best thing.
And you're here to laugh about it.
Yes. And I'm glad. I'm sorry I'm belaboring it. I'm sorry I'm coming back to it. But you know what, guys? When I went back to work today, they asked me how I felt. And I told them at one point, I turned around and I said, man, it effing hurt. It really did. It really did.
The first time I held both of my children in my arms, I looked at him and said, you hurt me. I will remember this.
Payback's a bastard.
I got roughly 21 years to make your life hell.
Illegally. That's good.
They were both in the military by the time they were 18.
Oh.
Just to have an easier life.
Yeah. They were like, boot camp, you have not met my mother.
That's good. That's funny.
Mom, you said we were going to summer camp.
Everybody boot camp's
And you
complaining.
are
They're like,
how
man, this
old?
is great.
Oh, yeah.
I don't.
Oh, my goodness.
My
That is
oldest son, he thinks I'm a sniper anyway because I have such great aim. Apparently, I threw something at him at one point.
A shoe?
I think it was an iron skillet. Oh no, that was my ex-husband. I threw that at him.
That'll leave a divot.
It did. It knocked him out cold. I didn't mean to. I mean, I meant to throw it. He was closing the front door at the end of an argument, headed out. We were not good to each other. We were not a good couple.
Oh, yeah, those iron skillets.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. We were both bad to each other. So I don't think that I was the worst or he was the worst. It was a 50-50 deal. We hated each other equally. But he went to close the front door, and I was going to throw the iron skillet at the door as a send off. And for whatever reason, he stopped and turned around as it was leaving my hand. Got him right here and knocked him out cold.
There is one word for that. It's not timing. It's karma. Because you knew he was exiting. Yeah. So you were throwing it, but he turned around. That's karma, baby.
That was really dangerous. I mean, you don't want to ruin a good cast iron skillet.
I know. It cracked it.
Very well
that
done,
was a hard-headed man.
Well, a good cast iron skillet's worth its weight in gold.
It was a Griswold.
No, it was a really good one.
Yeah. I never had anything but
Yeah,
Griswolds.
I got 3 of them, man. Those things are.
Do you really? Yeah, I've got I got 4 of them now.
I'm sorry. Being the only minority here, you say Griswold, and I think...
And you go to Lampoon, don't you?
Yes, the vacation movies.
First thing I think of when I hear Griswold is it was a type of revolver.
Really?
From the Civil War.
I wonder if they were the same people who turned to cast iron skillets.
They might have had a lot of leftover iron after the war.
That might explain the accuracy of the skillet.
Perfectly balanced for throwing.
Guys, I'll never forget that after the movie Vegas Vacation, and Clark does his stupid stuff at the dam right here in Vegas.
Got the family truck to skillet.
We went to the dam, and my older daughter, she's the one high functioning autistic. She looked over the rail, saw the dam, and all she said was Griswold. Everyone around us chuckled because they knew what Clark Griswold from Vegas Vacation, and we died laughing too because she just looked. Hey, wasn't because I know she was saying, hey, wasn't the dumbass hanging off the side of the dam? All she did was point was Griswold. And we're like,
That's
yes,
funny.
man, just like the movie. And she just looked up, she laughed. She's a wonderful conversationalist. She knows.
Yeah.
What was the what? Oh, there is a delay.
Does anybody know where that Wally World was? What amusement park was that?
Magic Mountain. Yes, it was Magic Mountain.
Six Flags Magic Mountain?
Yeah, the one up here in Valencia.
Does anybody know what amusement park that is?
Yeah.
That is Magic Mountain.
Uh-huh.
I just still remember them taking John Candy hostage with a pellet gun.
Wow. Up there.
Every now and then when my husband and I are traveling.
Yes, Valencia. Yep.
Man, I've been there a few times.
Oh, heck yeah. I took my family to Magic Mountain. They didn't like it. I was like,
aww.
I thought they were going to love the roller coasters and everything, but I was the only one.
That place is great.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess they're Disneyland folk. I made the mistake. I broke them on Disneyland.
Yeah, I had an idea if you guys are willing. We got to talking about Naoma narrating Lakeview 2. What about having I said I get to tell. We were talking earlier about having Naoma narrate Lakeview 2. I sent her the PDF of the book. What would you guys say to having her do the prologue just here on the show?
Yeah.
Did I just get lost?
No.
Nice.
We're like, yeah.
Put you on the spot now.
Hell yeah.
Well, I have to read it through a couple of times before I can narrate it.
You're about to do some work.
Welcome to the DA-verse.
What did I do wrong here?
I don't know. What'd you do?
Did you open the one that had the cover?
That's a quick
don't open that one.
Ain't it?
Oh, I think I opened the wrong one.
The cover is a separate deal.
Sorry. Sorry.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You sent you the wrong book to read.
I better put my glasses on.
What's this Debbie Does Dallas stuff?
I remember not reading that.
My personal favorite was Behind the Green Door.
Oh my God. I didn't understand what that meant. I'm hired at the county.
Well, there we were in the jacuzzi. All sudsy.
Yeah, and they always talked about Behind the Green Door. I'm like, what the hell is that? And like 10, 15 years later, I'm like, oh, that's what you had? It's like, okay. But if you're ready.
Actually, give me a few minutes. I really do need to read it through or it's going to be awful.
All right, fair enough. I think we can screw around.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yes, ma'am. We'll go ahead and do that. Wouldn't be the first time I've been told to do something by Siri tonight. Yeah.
My phone answers questions nobody even asked.
Okay, we'll talk among ourselves while you're studying. Hey, guys. Hey, how do you think she's going to do?
Oh, don't do that to me, guys. Wait till I'm done to give me a review.
I'm going to give her a positive number.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to give her a positive number. Now, my my math teacher back in high school, God rest his soul, Mr. Squires, did say that 0 is a positive number. I said, wait a minute, what? He said, actually, it's more of a place saver, but it's positive. So, didn't know. So, whenever I see 0, it's not a number, it's a place saver.
Yeah, I like it when there's a whole line of them in front of the decimal point.
Oh, yeah, I do too.
As long as it ain't a negative.
We shall see. Just kidding. So, I know we are having a delay with Roberts. Yeah, I do notice that. And Yeah, it's like 15, 20 seconds, I think. Yeah, because I've noticed it takes you a while to react to what we're saying.
That's actually the way I talk.
No. We say something, and then it. Okay, that was good. I just noticed when you hear us, it seems like it's much later. Like now. Yeah, like now. Yes. So who knows? Maybe we have to reset it, but if not, so hey, Da. So you have any carrots lately?
Any what?
Carrots.
I can hear you, man.
Why?
Oh, you're just screwing with us then, Robert? Oh, no, look, there it is. See? It's taking a while.
Carrots?
He's processing.
Oh, my God. Just now? I'm going to have... Okay. We're going to see how long it's... Very good. We're going to see how long this is going to take. I'm going to say a greeting, and then we're going to see how long it's going to take for you to answer. So I'm going to start the stopwatch. I mean, well, yeah, that thingy. And I'm going to start. Hi, Robert.
My stomach is just... Your dog hears my stomach.
Or I think the pizza delivery guy's here. The dog's going nuts.
Hey, what's up?
Dude, it's 15 seconds. It's 15 seconds. Wow. So when I say 30, it'll be 15 when I said 15 seconds. Wow. You see, look at that. Look at that.
I think he's just messing with you, Roger.
Okay, if he is, he's doing a damn good job.
Man, well, what I was thinking is if you wanted to do the prologue, no, I mean, don't just mean here, but I mean to do it just like Cam did and put it on the channel, that would be freaking awesome.
I would happily do that. It's the, you just want me to do the...
Just the prelude.
Okay. I'm going to try this, but honestly, I'm going to have to enlarge it.
There is no try. It is only do.
Just remember that when I record this, I take out all the stutters.
Okay.
Okay. Got to get rid of my cigarette.
Okay.
11:40 p.m. CST. Should I say Central Standard Time? I suppose I should have. 11:40 p.m. Central Standard Time, March 7th, Silver Dollar City, Missouri. There's nothing more empty feeling than a theme park when it's closed. Sorry, guys.
You're fine.
Silver Dollar City was no exception to that rule, especially when all of the attractions were closed and there was no one in the park except for a few security officers patrolling through the darkened streets. It was a modern theme park full of marvelous rides and high-tech equipment meant to both amuse and entertain the hundreds of thousands of guests at the park. Ooh, I didn't catch my breath for that one. This is going to be awful. It was a modern theme park full of marvelous rides and high-tech equipment meant to both amuse and entertain the hundreds of thousands of guests the park hosted each year. But it was also a theme park based in the latter half of the 19th century. That meant for all the high-tech rides, there were just as many, if not more, buildings and crafts that looked like they had been built around the time of the Civil War. Blacksmiths could still be found plying their trade. Musicians played in the style of the day, using largely acoustic instruments. All of the employees of the park wore clothing appropriate to the period. You could even find places that served food cooked in the old-fashioned ways, giving you a pleasing meal and a taste of nostalgia all at once. Those who worked in or around the park tended to love it and their jobs there, but that's not something you can say about most places in the world. There was just something about the place that was more than just an attraction, more than just a theme park. To many of the employees, it was home. Tim Butler worked in security on the overnight shift. He was unarmed since all of the park security who carried firearms were off-duty police officers. The unarmed security officers were not trained police officers. I'm so sorry. My voice
You're
is
fine.
The unarmed security officers were not trained police officers, so the park did not allow them to carry a weapon while patrolling. All of the security officers shared in the responsibilities around the park. On the overnights, those included checking for intruders, responding to alarms, patrolling the park, inspecting the fire extinguishers monthly, unlocking gates at certain times, and escorting the money when it was moved in or out of the park. During the money transfers was the only time the unarmed security officers were allowed to be armed. They carried a 12-gauge shotgun during those times. Unfortunately for Tim, this was not one of those times. The park had closed at sundown and had emptied rapidly. By 9 o'clock, a fog was rolling in, and there was no one left in the park except for God, I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
Except for a few security officers and a handful of maintenance personnel. By 11 o'clock, the fog was dense, and the population was even further reduced to just 3 security officers. Only 2 of those are armed, but they all carried radios. Now it was nearly midnight, and they'd already completed their rounds and inspections for the night. All they had to do for the remainder of their shift was to do the occasional patrol and stay awake. Most nights in the park, staying awake was the most difficult task they would face. Tim had grown bored playing with his phone and left the security office to go for a walk. The fog was so thick he could only see a few feet in any direction. Beyond that, it was just shapes and shadows. He was alone in the mist, and he could almost imagine that he was the last person left on Earth. It was eerily quiet tonight. That was fine with him because he knew the park like the back of his hand. He'd worked here for 5 years and planned to work here as long as he could. His father had worked here for almost 25 years, and it had only taken Tim about a week to understand why. He loved it here. There was a serenity here like few other places he'd ever experienced. There were just enough lights on in the park that he could navigate without his flashlight. Some people found the park spooky when it was closed, but Tim relished the solitude. There was a peaceful feeling that he always had in the park. There was a calmness to the place. Maybe that was what everyone felt here. A lot of people who worked here claimed that the place was haunted and even had told of seeing ghosts walking the streets of the city. Despite walking through the park nightly for the last 5 years, Tim had never seen anything. Tim had never seen anything he couldn't explain. So there were a lot of things like feral cats, raccoons, opossums, and the occasional deer, but never anything paranormal, at least not that he'd ever seen. There were lots of stories, though. Tim wandered through the empty streets of the park, passing the town square and the general store. Then he found himself passing the old wilderness chapel. It always made him feel good to see that church. It had been there since long before there was a theme park. There had been a settlement on this spot for more than 100 years before the park was built. Moving down towards the shops and restaurants on the lower end of the park, he suddenly felt like he not. This is all taken out in the recording, guys.
Okay.
He suddenly felt like he might not be alone tonight. He thought it was just his imagination until he realized that something was different. The feeling of the area had changed. There was a hint of something rancid in the air. It was very faint, but lingering. God, I hope I don't run into a skunk in the fog, he thought. The last thing I need is to get sprayed. At first, he thought it was just a trick of the fog. After all, things tend to echo differently in the mist. But echoes don't change position and speed. With each step he took, he heard the sound of someone else walking. They were timing their steps to his so he wouldn't notice them. Tim was observant and had felt their presence before he even realized he'd actually heard the sound. A brief flash of fear ran through him as he felt the strange anxiety welling up within him. Then he relaxed. It was probably one of the other officers messing with him. The security department had a long history of playing pranks on one another when they were alone in the park. He stopped dead in his tracks and listened, catching just the hint of a sound. It was as if they took another step after he stopped, but forced themselves to put their foot down very gently. If he hadn't been listening for it, he wouldn't have noticed it. Very funny, guys, he said loud enough that they could easily hear him. He waited for any sound from the others to verify his theory, but they didn't say a word. He felt the anxiety starting to tighten in his chest again. What if it wasn't them? Then he had another idea. Grabbing his radio, he keyed up and released the button immediately. If it was one of the others, their radio would make a noise that he would hear in the stillness of the fog. Several seconds passed, and there was nothing. They must have turned off their radios, he thought. He waited for a moment, listening for any sound, but all he could hear was his heart beating in his chest. Then, softly, he heard someone exhale. It could have been an animal, though. He'd heard deer making a sighing noise many different times. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. 424 to 410, he said into the radio. 410, go ahead, came the voice of Bill Masterson, one of the other officers. Are either of you guys down near the log flume ride? He asked. No, said Bill. I'm at the desk in the security office, and 402 is in the bathroom. Why, do you need us for something? In the background of the transmission, Tim could hear the toilet flush. That verified what Bill had said. Charlie was in the bathroom. Then who the hell was following him? Negative, Tim said. I was just checking. I thought I heard something nearby. It's probably a deer, said Bill. I've been hearing a lot of them in the park lately. Tim figured he had to be right. They were in a theme park that was surrounded by thick Ozark woodlands. Wild animals were running around all the time. Yeah, said Tim, you're right. It's just so foggy I couldn't see anything. I wouldn't worry about it, said Bill. I'll check the cameras in your area and see if I can see anything. With the fog, I doubt I'll find anything, though. Copy. Thanks, said Tim. Out. Tim clipped the radio back on his belt and listened for a few moments. When he didn't hear anything else, he headed on farther down through the park. After a few seconds, the footsteps started again. This time, he was actively listening for them, and he was certain that they were there. It wasn't an echo, and it wasn't a deer. No deer walks on two legs. Reaching down on his belt, he pulled his Streamlight ProTac HL5X flashlight out of its holster. He didn't light it up, but he wanted to have it ready. He continued walking until he was between two buildings. Then he suddenly stopped and whirled around. Behind him, he saw a shadow in the mist vanish behind one of the buildings. It looked like a man, but he had to have been huge. Although he thought the shadows might have been playing tricks on his mind, distorting the size. Racing over to where the form disappeared, he turned the corner and clicked on the flashlight. The 3500 lumen light illuminated the fog like a high-intensity searchlight. The thick fog lit up, and all he could see was a wall of pure white light. The fog lit up, and all he could see was a pure wall of The fog lit up, and all he could see was a wall of pure white light reflected directly back at him. Cutting off the light, he blinked to try and restore his night vision. He could hear the scuffing sounds of someone moving around the far side of the building. There was a lingering smell in the air, like a wet dog mixed with feces. It was horrible and burned his nasal passages. Turning back into the main aisle, he glanced in that direction to catch a glimpse of the shadow in the distance disappearing around the corner of the old-time photos building. Now he was certain there was someone else in the park. 424 to 410, he said into the radio as he pursued the retreating shadow. I've got someone inside the park. They just rounded the corner near the photo shop, headed towards the fireman's landing. Are you sure you saw someone? Asked Bill. I'm sure, said Tim. I'm following them right now. We'll grab the Gator 1 and head your way, said Bill. Tim started jogging to catch up to the rapidly retreating shadow. He saw it turn the corner by the oven-baked pizza shop and head down towards the Outlaw Run roller coaster. He could still smell the fetid odor. It didn't seem to be fading away. I've got you now, he thought. The only way you can get out of there is back the way you came. Increasing his speed to a run, he keyed up the mic and transmitted a quick update. We're heading towards Outlaw Run, he said. Copy, said Bill. The sound of the Gator's engine running in the background reassured Tim that help was on its way. Where did he go, he thought as he approached an area called Wilson's Farm. He can't have gotten far. The only way out is either over a 10-foot fence or through the locked gate. Otherwise, he has to come back this way. Rounding a corner near a concessions booth, he thought he was he saw movement closer to the roller coaster. Before he could decide where the person had gone, something grabbed him by the left arm at the shoulder and lifted him off the ground like he was a toy. He felt himself being lifted into the air, but he couldn't tell how high. All he knew was he couldn't touch the ground with his feet. Whoever it was had to be incredibly strong because they were only using one hand to lift him. As it turned him around, he found himself face to face with something out of a nightmare. It resembled a man crossed with an ape. It was clearly not a man, but it also looked too human to be an animal. It shifted its grip and wrapped both arms around him in a bear hug, trapping both of his arms in its grip. He was held tight and he couldn't move. The smell was overpowering now. The creature reeked so badly it burned his eyes. Oh, DA. What the hell are you? He managed to choke out through fear and panic. No, let's try that again. What the hell are you? He managed to choke out through the fear and panic. It didn't answer. Instead, it began to squeeze. Its strength was incredible. He could feel the air being forced out of his lungs. Then he heard the unmistakable sound of his back popping, followed by his ribs and spine snapping into twigs. It continued to squeeze until it had shattered most of his spine, both upper arms and his entire rib cage. Although he knew he was dying, Tim felt a calm detachment. He couldn't draw a breath and the pain was already fading away. The creature just held him there, gazing into his eyes as the light slowly faded from them. Just before he lost consciousness, he heard the sound of the gator's engine. It was getting closer by the second. He could see the look of recognition in the creature's eyes. It had heard the engine too. Then he lost all conscious thought and the world faded to black for Tim Butler. His last thoughts were peaceful. He was dying in the place that he loved. Dropping Tim's lifeless body to the ground, the creature took 2 massive steps and vaulted over the high wooden fence. Then it sprinted off through the trees at incredible speed. By the time the gator arrived and they found Tim's body, the creature was long gone. Only the stillness of the park remained. As their headlights fell on Tim's twisted form, they both jumped out of the gator with their pistols drawn. The only sign that the creature had even been there was the lingering smell in the air. Sorry, that was just really butchered.
Nice. Very nice.
I
closed my eyes.
You just gave me that to read because of that line, didn't you?
I forgot that was in there.
I did too. That's awesome. I closed my eyes and I was there.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I closed my eyes as well.
Well, when I do it for the channel, I promise I'll take out the errors. And I'll make sure that my throat doesn't sound like razors.
Oh, you sounded fine.
Oh.
You did. That is true.
Now I have to read it. Did you send me the whole thing? You did, didn't you?
I sent you the whole thing.
Oh. Well, I'll be up all night and all day tomorrow.
Have
that
you
was
read
really
that book
good.
yet?
I enjoyed it. What's that?
Have you read that book yet?
I haven't yet, no. No, if I'd read it, I probably would have been a little bit more prepared to read it. But
it's a really good book. It's a great one.
You know what was fun?
The cover, if anybody's interested.
What was really fun for me is the fact that, God, of course, it's so different now. I mean, they have really built it up now. But I spent half my childhood at that park.
It's changed a lot over the years.
Yeah. They didn't have like hardly anything. I mean, it was all just you went there and you saw the buildings and they had a shootout. Did they?
Yeah, they don't do that anymore.
And
really?
I think I have a million pictures of me in the stockades and in the little jail.
There. I worked security there for a while.
Did
I've
you really?
walked that park on overnights. And there's a lot of ghost stories in that park. And I've been in that park on foggy nights. And I swear to God, I heard something following me in the fog. That's part of what inspired that. I never found anything. I never saw anything. But it sounded like their footsteps were echoing, following me in the fog. It was creepy.
One of my favorite things to do is go out and walk around in the fog because of all the cool sounds. Because everything sounds so different in the fog.
Fog's neat.
Yeah. Fog and rain are my two favorite.
Oh, yeah. I love a good rainstorm.
It's rained here all day. And I was telling my husband tonight when he called, I think the reason that I got so much written today was because I'm sitting right here by a window. And,
if you go to YouTube, you can find videos that are nothing but thunderstorm sounds for 8 to 10 hours.
I play those a lot at night.
I do too.
Yeah. I have to have a background noise. I'm just weird that way.
I write with a lot of music.
Yeah. I'm like you though. I have to have, it depends on what I'm writing as to what I'm playing. I don't know how somebody can put on one thing and write everything to it, because I have to have the soundtrack to the book.
Hmm.
So
I do a lot of soundtracks when I write. I like the soundtrack to the original Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
Yeah,
that's just such a powerful, audio experience. I like writing to that, and Wrath of Khan are two of my favorite audio soundtracks to listen to, and do 13th Warrior and Gladiator as well. Because they're all music. There's no vocals.
Yeah, I tend to listen to a lot of stuff. Well, I have a thing about music from about 1964 to 1972. Almost everything I listen to falls into that period. So now we know how old I am. But anyway.
It's all good.
Well, thank you for doing that. I don't know, I kind of put you on the spot, but
no, I wish I could have done better, but I
like it. Stop it. Stop with the sorry.
You did great.
It's interesting that both Robert and I commented that we closed our eyes listening to you. Okay?
Yeah. That's
did.
actually quite a compliment, guys. Thank you.
I saw it all the first time, and then having you read, it's the exact same images that I had as well, which is really cool. And I didn't realize, but I caught myself when he's chasing after it. I'm like, don't go there, dude. Don't go. And I was saying it, and I didn't realize I was saying it out loud. Thank God I was muted. I'm like, dude, don't go there. Go back. Go back. Don't be stupid.
Yeah.
I realized I was hugging myself, and I thought I was really there.
Yeah.
That feeling I described in the park is the way the park feels most nights when I would walk around. I'd just be walking around the park, and it was just absolutely serene. I mean, even the maintenance people were gone by midnight, and it was just us until right around 5 a.m. For about 5 hours. It was just me and two other guys, and usually they stayed in the office and played video games. I just walked around.
I would have been the one walking around too.
I enjoyed it. It was very peaceful.
My mother worked third shift all of my life. I don't remember really any time that she didn't work third shift in a factory. And so I grew up a third shift person, because if mom's not home to tell you to go to bed, you ain't going to bed. And the last thing she would say before she left was, this house had better be clean when I get home in the morning. And she'd get home at 7:15 and we'd start cleaning at about 6. But when my parents divorced and I was a teenager, my mom and I moved into an apartment in town, and she would go to work and I would go walk around the city. It was a small town, but to me it was a big city, because I had gone from a town about the size of 5,000 people to about 24,000 people. And I suppose if she'd ever caught me, she'd have killed me. But I just love walking around at night, and still get out and drive my car around at night on all the back roads. Of course, now I have an agenda. When I was a kid, I didn't know about that stuff.
Well, we've got that dash cam now. We're waiting for the bracket to arrive. And as soon as we get it, I'm going to see if I can talk the wife into going driving some backcountry roads, see if we can find something.
I was watching.
I really hope it has audio.
Well, I was watching that cemetery video late last night, I think early this morning, maybe.
The one on my channel?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
And I thought to myself, you got to watch the video. Quit watching the tree line. Because now that's all I want to do is just.
Well, the first time we found that, we were geocaching, and I wasn't videotaping or anything. It was me and my wife and the boys, and that heavy iron gate that was there. Uh-huh. I latched it as we were leaving, and it opened on its own.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really. We got there right before dusk, found the geocache, And then from the very back of the cemetery, we heard a wood knocking sound. And I'm not going to say it was a Bigfoot wood knock. It was something like wood on wood. That's all I can say. I didn't see anything, but we had the distinct feeling that we weren't supposed to be there as it was getting dark. Yeah. And it was one of the rare times my wife outdistanced me and the kids to the van. She shot to that van like a shot, and I stayed behind the boys and kept looking behind me, but I never did see anything come out. And I pulled that gate shut, and through the bar, it has like a latch bar. I pulled the bar, and then locked it down. Started walking to the van, and I heard a clink behind me, and I looked back, and it was shaking and opening. I'm like, "Ooh, time to get out of here."
I've spent a lot of time in cemeteries, and I've never had the gate open on me.
Yeah, that one. We found another weird cemetery up near. I can't remember the name of the town. It's not too far from here. It's about 25 miles. Mount Vernon, near Mount Vernon, Missouri. And it's an old cemetery, and some of the graves don't face the right direction. They're just at weird angles. And we went there, again, looking for a geocache. And we had our dog with us. He was a bull mastiff, and he was acting pretty weird while we were there. And we were letting him kind of run around because it was a fenced-in area. And we didn't have him on his leash. And then he came back over by the boys and just stayed by him. So I went over and clipped his leash back on him, held on to him. And all of a sudden, his hackles came up like he saw something. I looked over to the back of the cemetery, and a dog came out. And I'm not talking like a normal dog. It looked kind of built like a German Shepherd, but it was jet black, and it was freaking huge. It dwarfed my bull mastiff, and he was about 140. He was about $140 in his prime. So I'm hustling the wife and the boys back to the car, and Annette's taking pictures as she goes. And the dog just kind of watched us until we got to the gate. Then it backed back into the bushes. And when we looked at, they were digital photos, and I'll have to find the one that she took. But she took one photo as we were getting ready to get back in the car and take off. And when we looked at that one photo, you could see the shape of the dog in the tree.
Wow.
I mean, it was like the entire tree was the dog. It was really, really creepy.
Wow.
We've got that photo somewhere. I've got to find it.
I got to hook up with you guys and go driving around sometime.
Oh, yeah. We found some really, really, really cool old creepy places geocaching.
I geocached briefly and loved it, but I never had any really fun places. The most exciting place was a park bench on a thing called the Hennepin Canal. And, but when people are geocaching in the metropolitan area that I lived in was actually close to 500,000 people. They don't put them in it, they put them in people's yards and fire hydrants and things. But I think it'd be a lot funner if you did it out in the country because there's so many cool
we saw some really neat places.
Yeah, we have I come from the hometown of John Deere is where the John Deere tractor, where John Deere built his first plow. And their national headquarters are there, and their big family cemetery is there. And they had a black angel statue that sat sort of in the middle of their family plot. Mm-hmm. And it had all kinds of, bizarre legends about it. And we used to go there in the middle of the night. And, they said if you'd run up and touch it at midnight, you would die the next day. And, of course, I should be dead about 30 times by now. But it got bad. They had to actually move the statue away. It's in New Mexico now. The sister of the Tishuit and her husband Bill were the last of the family line to own the company. Mm-hmm. Now it's a public company, and God knows who owns or how many owners it's got. But her sister, I'm so sorry, my stomach is growling.
Oh, if you need to go, that's fine.
No, it does this all the time. It's just the way it is. But her sister she had because she's passed away now too. But she had a retreat somewhere in New Mexico, and they had to move it down there because it was just constantly vandalized. But I mean, everybody went to that cemetery because It's called Riverside Cemetery, and it's built up the side of the bluff off the Mississippi River. And that angel, you could see it a mile away. You know, it's
Nice.
really cool. That was
Robert?
my only exciting cemetery. But
Robert, are you suffering from connectile dysfunction?
Now I moved closer to the. Is this better? Can y'all hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I think Roger fell asleep.
Nope, I'm here.
You all
I've
right,
been
man?
dying to tell you a
resting my
ghost
eyes.
story, though. Can I
Do
tell
what?
you one? I've been dying to tell you guys one of my ghost stories.
Oh,
Though.
absolutely. Go ahead.
The first really big scary event involving any kind of paranormal activity happened to me when I was about 15 years old. My mom and I had just moved into the apartment in town, and my oldest brother and his wife had a house about 2 blocks down, and it was this adorable little doll house. It was a 1-bedroom house that had, you walked in the front door, the living room was right there. If you went straight back, you'd walk into the bathroom or turn the corner and go into the one and only bedroom. Or to the right, there was a little closet. But if you were standing at the front door and went this way, there was a little dining alcove, and then back through a galley kitchen, and then turn left again and go down some stairs and left again and down to the basement where my brother had his pool table. And they had one of those little mop dogs, Yorkshire Terrier. And they decided to go away for the weekend, and my brother said he would pay me $20, which back in the old days, that was a lot of money. And I got to play a stereo all I wanted, and I could shoot pool all I wanted. All I had to do was make sure the dog was taken out in the morning, in the afternoon, and at night, and she was fed in the morning and in the evening or late afternoon. And then I had taken their mail in the newspaper. And so I went on my first day to go there. I let the dog out. I bring in the newspaper and the mail from the night before. And I right away went downstairs. I'm shooting pool. I'm listening to music, having a really good old time. And I hear this banging sound upstairs, just a really big bang. And so I run upstairs, and the oven door had fallen open. Okay, no big deal. So I shut the oven door. I go back downstairs. I'm down there about 10, 15 more minutes, and I hear another bang. And I go upstairs expecting the oven door to have fallen open again, but it was closed. So I walk around into the living room, and I notice that the bedroom and bathroom doors are shut. Mm-hmm. So I opened them, went back downstairs. I'm about 15 more minutes down there. I hear the bang again. I come upstairs, and the bedroom and bathroom doors are shut again. I thought, okay, I'm assuming my brother's best friend is playing a joke on me because he was quite the prankster. So I just left him shut, went back downstairs, barely even got to the bottom of the stairs, and I hear this big bang again. And I'm like, okay, this is it. I can't take this. I quickly covered the pool table, put all the balls away, the pool cue and everything. I shut off the stereo, put away the records. I go upstairs, and as I'm coming around the dining room into the living room, at a time before there was such a thing as remote controls in most houses, the TV turned itself off. I did a left turn and went out the front door. I went back to the apartment, and I was like, Mom, I'm not feeding the dog. I'm not taking in the mail, and I'm not getting the newspaper. I don't care who gets the $20. I'm not going back there. Well, when my brother and his wife came home, they made fun of me. They just thought that was hilarious that I was scared of that cute little dollhouse. About 3 months later, my sister-in-law, now my brother was 18 years older than me, and she was a couple of years older than him. This was their second marriage, and she had 3 daughters from her first marriage that she suddenly gained custody of, and they were about my age. So they come there to live, and of course they have to find a new house, but for the first 3 months before they actually got into another house, the girls used that downstairs as their bedroom. I didn't find out until years later that not one of those 3 girls would stay in that house alone or go into the basement alone. They had to all be together, or my brother and his wife had to be, because they would always hear voices down there.
So it wasn't just you.
It wasn't just me. Something was in that house. And it's so funny because when you look at the house, it is the exact opposite of what you would think a haunted house would look like. It was absolutely the cutest little dollhouse you ever saw. And then, but that wasn't the only thing. I married very young when I was 18, and we moved into my husband's family farmhouse, and there were so many things that happened there. I would get tripped going down the basement stairs to do laundry. I would feel something reach out and put its hand around my ankle, and down I'd go. My oldest son experienced that on several occasions where he'd be going down the stairs and he'd feel something grab his ankle, and because it's the open slat stairs down to the basement, and it just felt like something reached out from under the stair and grabbed his ankle, and it'd trip him and go. It's a miracle one of us didn't break our neck.
Yeah, no kidding.
And there was a cold spot in the living room. It wasn't always in the same place, but it was always in the living room. And when you went to step and you hit that cold spot, it was like sticking your leg into a freezer. And if you stood completely within the cold spot, your entire body, I swear my body temperature would just drop instantly. But and one night I was sitting in what we called the family room. It was the downstairs bedroom, but we all slept upstairs. So we converted it into the TV room. And we had the mini blinds on. There were three windows in there, and it had gotten dark, and I was watching TV, and I got up and I twisted the rod to close all of the blinds down. And there's a window straight in front of me, one over here, one right next to me. And it was the last one I closed, and I reached up and twisted it. And I went to do this, and the blinds on all three of those windows did this. And I said, okay, well, whoever's watching TV with me, have fun. I'm going to bed.
That I probably would have been like, yeah, time to go. I think he froze up. I think she froze up.
Maybe for just a moment. Oh, did she? Yeah, she
Yeah,
did.
I think she froze up.
You guys getting me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a good storyteller.
Yeah, she is. She tells a good story.
Okay.
There she is. You froze up on us.
Do it.
But it looks like you did finish the story.
Yes.
I did.
Yeah. It was actually was perfect timing.
Actually, I was just about to start the final story on that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
The worst thing that ever happened in that house. No, the worst thing that ever happened in that house, I was talking on the phone late one night. My first husband worked the night shift he worked on the government bridge, turning the bridge. And so I was there with the kids alone, and I was downstairs. It was late at night. I was just cleaning up the kitchen and doing the things that moms do late at night. And I was talking on the phone with a friend, and I heard what I thought was my oldest son come up behind me. Sometimes when I was down there working, his room was directly above me, and he could hear me, and he'd come down and he'd dry the dishes for me. And I turned around to hand him a towel, and a small gray-haired woman with little wire-frame glasses vanished in front of me.
Full body apparition.
Full body apparition.
That's wild.
If she hadn't she just dissipated is what she did. If she hadn't done that, I would have thought there was an actual living person standing behind me. I found an old photo album in the attic of that house, and it was my husband's grandmother's sister.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, I recognized her instantly.
Wow.
So, yeah. The fun part about that is I'm screaming into the phone to my friend, Tammy, I just saw a ghost. I just saw a ghost. And she's like, what's wrong with you? It's like, I got to go upstairs. I got to be with my kids. So it's, one of those old fashioned cordless with the
big antenna.
Yeah. And I'm running up the stairs, and I've got the phone, and I'm trying to slam down the antenna, and I'm freaked out, and I get into my bedroom, and I sit down on my bed, and my bed sat up. And I turned around and I threw the phone, and I hit my youngest son right in the face. He'd come and gotten in my bed, and I didn't realize it was him. So yeah, I apparently throw a lot of things at people.
Sniper.
But yeah, sniper. That's why they call me a sniper. But yeah, that was a really fun house to live in. We had a lot of really strange things happen there.
Fun house.
Yeah, we'd sit in the living room and we'd be watching TV, and all of a sudden, all of the lights in the living room, there were 2 lamps and there was the overhead light. They would just start flashing on and off, and it was just like a strobe light. And I would say, "Stop it!" And it would all go off or all come on, whichever they were. All I had to do was say, "Stop it," and they would
That's
stop.
funny.
Yeah, that was a real fun house to live in. So yeah, that's my ghost stories.
Those are good. You should do those on your own channel. I mean, you should narrate those stories.
2 of the stories on the channel were actually my sister's stories that I narrated
cool.
to her. Yeah. So we're kind of a weird family. But
well, Josh is certainly hooked.
Yeah, there's probably a lot more I could tell, but that's the only ones that are really fun. The rest are all kind of minor. But my internet has really given me fits, guys. And so it's been wonderful. And
well, thank you for coming. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you for letting me read that.
Oh, thank you for doing it. That was awesome. I loved it.
I will talk to you guys later.
All right. You have a great night. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Bye-bye.
Well, fellers, we've been 4.5 hours. Probably start wrapping this one up. I got pizza that's still warm in the other room. I'm gonna go eat.
Yeah, you gotta do that. I'm actually getting up early because I'm going back to work. I went back today. Got 7 hours in.
Nice.
But yeah, I hope to put in 8 hours tomorrow, and
well, don't overdo it.
By Thursday, by Thursday, I hope to put in a full day, and it's all good. But yeah, I'm a little tired.
I'm just gonna go read a book. It's an insomnia night.
Oh, I hear you.
Wow. Well, read a good one.
Yeah. All right. Well, fair enough. I want to thank everyone that stayed with us. It's been great. I did not become the siesta hunter. I was paying attention. The stories were too good, and I'm glad. Josh says good night, fellas, and for everyone else who's paying attention who's still alive with us, we want to thank you. We appreciate it. Everyone that joined the program tonight, what a blast. Mr. Baker, thank you. Looking forward to having him on again. And Robert, of course, lots of fun. And Neoma, who just left, also a lot of fun. DA, you the man, dude. Cool. You're responsible for all this.
Like I've said it many times, man. It has never been my effort solo. It's a lot of people that's worked very hard to get this where it is. I will never claim solo credit. I put words on paper, and people like it. Some people like it, some few people don't. But those that do are loyal, and I'm thankful for them. It's I've said it so many times. The stories are basically just journeys that we take together. And if there would be no point in having a writer if there weren't readers. And it's we're all in it together. And I love hearing from people who have enjoyed the books and hearing how they saw the series, saw the stories. I love hearing about it and seeing it through their eyes. It's an amazing experience. And I thank you guys for it. And I thank you guys for taking the journey with me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Yep, it most definitely is. This is The Nightmare Hunter with Robert Miller, D.A. Roberts, yours truly. Good hunting. We'll see you guys on the other side. Peace.